Why, hello. Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am Captain Garrett. This is Swords and Starships. I welcome you, sailors and star nuts. Hi, how are you? So I was having couple of issues with the quality, so I just wanted to fix that. So hopefully it's sounding good. Let me know in the chat if everything's got to do the card maneuver. You ready? Here's the card maneuver. There you go. It's the card maneuver. Got to fix some audio monitoring issues. How's the gain on the mic? Let me know. Say hello to the chat. Tom is in the chat. Hello. How are you doing? Let me get this chat out here. There we go. Who else we got? Boo Man Blue. Permission to come aboard granted, sir. Tom, hello. I know we probably have others coming in, so... Well, what shall we talk about today? Dear fellow travelers of the cosmos, we have a packed show today. The stack of stuff is loaded for bear. I actually kind of have more stuff in the stack than I really... Because I've seen a lot of movies, actually. I do forgive me. I missed a week because I was in Las Vegas for Friday Night Tights, and I had planned to do all kinds of stuff, like make content, whatever, and what really happened was my day job dumped a bunch of stuff on me, and I wound up having to work, like, massive hours, and gamble with my dad, and, Captain had a lot of responsibilities, so... But we are back. I'm feeling rested. I'm feeling feisty. Ready for... It is not above a captain to engage in a little fisticuffs on occasion. Oh, mic improved and fixed. Okay, the mic's sounding good? Okay, let me know if there's any issues with the mic. Tom tips the tri-corner hat. Tip of the hat to you, sir. See, this is the British salute. I like the British salute. It's real, that's the British salute. A little fuzzy on the sound. Yeah, it was sounding a little weird to me, too. Testing 1, 2, 3. Why is it sounding fuzzy? Let me see if I can fix that. So, I think probably I'm missing an audio filter. That's the only thing I can guess here. I was playing with the settings because I was trying to do... Let me turn off that. Okay, let me see if that fixes it. Sorry, when I hear an echo in my ear, I can't. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. How's that? All right, well, I'm going to have to figure that out. Okay, well, we'll roll with it. If the audio quality, if I can't improve it. Okay, the noise gate was what was clipping my sentences. I just turned that off. That should be better, but the kind of... Does it have a kind of a static sound? It's going to be... This is live production, folks. Well, I will work on it. If it doesn't improve, maybe we'll call the stream early. I hate to deliver bad sound quality. 121193 is in the chat. Welcome aboard, sir. That's what I get. That's what I get for playing with the settings, trying new things in advance of a stream. Okay, so I have seen Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I have seen Sisu. I'm going to let you guess which of these movies I liked a lot and which of these movies I absolutely hated. Because it's like that. The extremes are like exactly set. One of these films was awful, And I would have left in the middle. And one of these films was one of the most awesome experiences I've had in the theater in a long damn time. And you absolutely have to see it. Was it Guardians of the Galaxy 3? Or was it Sisu in those two roles? I will let you guess. But you may... This is the interesting thing, is I kind of expected a lot of people I follow to agree with me on my takes on this. And I find I am in opposition to a lot of people's opinions on these films. So, Fu Man Blue says, Guardians hated. You are correct, sir. Sisu was absolutely incredible. This movie was made for, like, I believe the number is $8 million. If you don't know, Sisu is the film. It's not essentially an independent film, but it's basically, I believe it is a Finnish film that was kind of licensed to an American film company, and it's about a gold miner, this ex-Special Forces gold miner during the closing days of World War II, and the Germans are retreating from Finland, and they steal his gold. And it's basically like a John Wick kind of revenge fight against Nazis. And I actually thought I wasn't going to like this movie necessarily, because, let's just face it, everyone these days, you know, there is a certain opinion people have about what Nazis are in the modern world that is not correct. And so it kind of just felt like, is this going to be a veiled reference to, like, fighting Trump supporters? I mean, let's just face it. That's what I think every time I see a movie about fighting the WW2 villains. I'm thinking, this is about Trump supporters, isn't it? And it's like, no, for once it was just about historically it was about fighting evil, awful Nazis, and it portrayed with deadly accuracy how vicious they were. It really did, because people think, when people think of World War II, they think of the Holocaust, of course, naturally, one of the worst horrors in human history, but they often don't realize just how many hideous things Nazis did. Like, it wasn't just the Holocaust. It was on every front of the war, they were doing something horrible to people. And one of the worst things they did was when they were retreating, it was that scorched earth. They wrecked everything. They blew up bridges. They destroyed priceless architecture. In Italy, they blew up bridges that had stood since the Roman Empire just for spite. Just because if they couldn't have it, nobody else could have it. They murdered people of all kinds. They starved people to death by the hundreds of thousands. They literally just blew up food supplies, railroads, anything that could help human beings survive. They destroyed. They were so evil. It's unbelievable how comprehensive the Nazis were and how awful the things they did were throughout that war. They visited, I could go on all day about all the atrocities they committed. So what I like about Sisu is that there's basically not one reference to Jews in the film. And it's not because there shouldn't be attention on that. It's just that for once it was about one of the atrocities they committed that was just against civilians in a place they were retreating. And it's freaking great. It's just a great movie. And it is what it is. It's not deep. It just is about action and bloodshed. And then we have Guardians of the Galaxy 3. And I'm pretty much against all the F&T guys on this, except for Az the only, and Ryan Kinnell's half agrees with me on this. But like, I don't care. I am absolutely, I would have left this movie halfway through. It wasn't as bad as Quantumania. It was not as bad as Doctor Strange Mom. There were moments in it that were really good, that moved me. And that's probably what frustrated me about it, is it's like, this movie could have been a lot better, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's not good. To be honest, I mean, I guess what I mean is, I don't know why James Gunn failed. I don't know why he failed to deliver a film that had all the makings that he had. So we'll talk about that. We will also talk about, we're going to talk a little bit about Matt Walsh and the quartering today, because for whatever reason, some old tweet of Matt Walsh's where he's just, ragging on video games has resurfaced. And I feel like Matt Walsh is a guy who does one thing well. One thing. And that is the what is a woman thing. He's good at that. He's good at fighting this insane war on just biology and just science and just fact in that one area. And yeah, some of this other, but guys like him really wear me down. It's like I listen to him and I'm like, do you really have to shake your finger at literally everything you just don't like? It really annoys the hell out of me. So I have a reply to Matt Walsh, and so we'll get into that. And maybe just for fun, some people mentioned in the chat a couple of weeks ago about Grace Randolph's take on the Super Mario Brothers. It's a little bit of old news, but I discovered on an EFAP that they were going over Grace Randolph's take, and I skipped it because, I don't want to hear what they have to say yet because I've not seen this, and so maybe I'll react to it. And I also have thoughts about the Mandalorian finale. Also a bit late on that, but I was out last week, so I have to give you my thoughts on the Mandalorian super epic, awesome finale. So we will get into all of that, my dear sailors and Starnauts. Booman Blue says Shad at Night's Watch made a nice video letter to Matt on that. I'll bet he did. Shad is the man when it comes to this. He's the one guy on the infamous Friday Night Tights episode where Gavin McGinnis, who is a garbage human I have zero respect for, and he can just go get bent, is how I feel about that. And yeah, Shad was the only guy on that Friday Night Tight stream where Gavin McGinnis proved he's white from the waist down. Shad was the only guy I felt, and Jeremy. Actually, Jeremy was helping out a lot too, of Geeks and Gamers. But Shad was offering the very best, most ardent defense of nerd culture on that stream, and I really appreciated it. So we have a lot to talk about. So why don't we just dig in? Here's the first thing I want to do. So I want to get into the Dune trailer. I have not seen the Dune trailer because I want to just start off with something fun. I have not seen the new... So I enjoyed... Well, first I'll just preface this by saying I really enjoyed the first Dune film. And I'll tell you exactly why I enjoyed it. Because that was just right at the tail end of the lockdowns. And it was like one of the first films where, I could just go to the theater and there wasn't a bunch of BS with the masks. And, and I had also seen Shang-Chi recently, which, I mostly liked it. But that was sort of when it was just kind of, I missed Marvel. And so I enjoyed it kind of for that reason. But yeah, the ending of that film was, there's dragons and that was the beginning of the end. It really was for Marvel. So I see Dune, right? And it's like, we've had all these films that are just, and it's not that I don't like superhero films. I love superhero films. But I was already getting fatigued with the Marvel shtick, right? Where it's like every film has to be like, all the jokes, all the humor. They're sliding into this formula where they're always the same. And finally, I watched this film. And if you watch Dune Part 1, and you must see it in the theater, the sound design on the film is incredible. It just reconnected me with what it's like to sit in a theater and watch a film. Just a film. And I say the word film specifically because a film takes into account everything. It's the full experience. It's like you're creating a sound, you're creating a story, you're creating a performance. It's like all those things come together and they create something that's just a perfect, right? And I'll give you one example. There's that moment in the movie, because he has this ability where he can, it's been a while since I saw it, and I haven't read the books, but he can influence Atreides, the main character. He can influence people with his voice, right? And it's like he's speaking in their mind. And I've never seen this portrayed in a film quite so cleverly. And so what happens is he's trying to control his mother's training him. She's like, okay, now try to control me with your voice. Give me a command. And he gives her a command and it doesn't work. And she kind of tells him to try again and do it more this way. And then suddenly he speaks and his voice, his lips are kind of moving, but you hear this incredible sound coming out of the theater speakers. And it was weird. It was wild and it was whoa, it was cool. I was like, see, that's a film right there. That's like going to Gladiator. That's like, going to the original Star Wars film in the 70s where it was an experience, it was an event. So I'm a big fan of Dune Part 1. So I'm excited about Dune Part 2. So we got to watch that. And, okay, monitor. Maybe it's, okay, it could be desktop audio that's causing the echo. I just realized. That could be it. Do I have two sources of desktop audio? That could be what's causing it.
It's breathtaking.
When you see sand here, imagine water. If you die.
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Okay, fix that one. Okay, audio, desktop. This should work.
It's breathtaking.
When you see sand here, imagine water.
Tell me if you can hear the video.
If you dive in, you can't reach the bottom.
You dive in.
Yes, it's called swimming.
I don't believe you.
Problem is, I can't hear it now.
In the shadows of
Not sure
Arrakis lie many secrets,
Oh, I got it.
but the darkest of them all may remain.
Okay, sorry, folks. I got to restart that. I fixed the issue. Bear with me 1 second here. I appreciate the patience. Okay, here we go.
It's breathtaking.
When you see sand here, imagine water. If you dive in, you can't reach the bottom.
You dive in.
Yes, it's called swimming.
I don't believe you. In the shadows of Arrakis lie many secrets, but the darkest of them all may remain. The end of House Atreides.
Your father didn't believe in revenge.
What if Paul Atreides were still alive? Have you ever had a dream about your first ride?
Don't try to impress anyone. You're brave, we all know that. Be simple. Be direct. Nothing fancy.
I understand. Nothing fancy.
I'll never lose Meatball Atreides.
We gave them something to hope for.
That's not hope!
May thy knife chip and shatter.
Holy shit. Wow. That's the first time I've seen it. Damn. Do you see what I mean? That is a film. That is a film with a capital F. Holy shit. The music? I gotta get that soundtrack right now. Is it just look at the visual presentation of just everything. Now here's something I want to call your attention to. Have you seen The Mandalorian? I know, I swear I won't go too long. Think about how many times they have shown desert planets in Disney Star Wars lately. Like Tatooine, Jakku. Jakku wasn't too bad in The Force Awakens, but even then, because some of the imagery with the fallen destroyers was fine, but was pretty good. But like, really everything after, I would say, Force Awakens, just all these desert planets in The Mandalorian, they all look the same. The stupid beach the Mandalorians are on. And there's nothing interesting about it. It's boring. It's the same color palette. It's desert. Now, look at this film. It is a desert planet. It's sand dunes, but look at how real it looks. Look at how it's visceral. It's like you're there. You can feel the sand hitting you in the face when you're watching this trailer. You can almost feel the heat of the desert as you're watching it. There's this sense of like, notice one other thing too. Remember how I complain about the Mandalorians have no culture, right? I have no idea what the culture of any of those characters are in the film, except for House Atreides, which I kind of know from the first movie. And I kind of remember a little bit of like Zendaya's people. They're like the sand nomads, right? But they introduced a couple other interesting looking characters in that. I really have no spoken lines explaining what their culture is, and yet you look at that and I'm fascinated. I'm intrigued. I'm like, those black and white shots, I was like, what's going on there? What's this about? The culture of the characters and the lore is leaping off of that trailer. It's just leaping off of it. It's like sparks are coming off of that trailer. You compare that with the nonsense in The Mandalorian, and it's like, see, this just proves to me that it's not Tatooine that's boring. It's not desert planets that's boring. It's the lack of, I would say, well, it's the lack of creativity of the writers, for one thing, but it's the lack of a sense of an actual naturalism, an actual, like, you're portraying a place that's real. You know what I mean? I think that in Disney Star Wars, they're not portraying a place that's real anymore. Not in the minds of the writers. Like, they see everything as like sets. They see everything as like locations. They just don't see it as like, oh, we're portraying a desert planet. You know, if I may give BioWare just a little bit of credit, that would be the company that made Mass Effect. One thing they said when they made Mass Effect Andromeda, which, was a game that had its problems, but it also had some good things about it. They set out to make every planet you visit in that video game. Their mentality was, we want every planet to have a story. We want every planet to have a character of its own. So just the way that we create a character with a backstory and a personality and idiosyncrasies that give them some uniqueness, every planet should have the same thing. And that's what's missing in Star Wars right now. And that is what this film delivers with a richness that is, I can't wait for this movie. It's a richness that is sorely lacking in modern filmmaking. So I am stoked on this film. This looks great. Polo Surf said that trailer is trash. Oh no, you didn't like it? Tell me why. Tell me why you didn't like it. I'm curious. Fuman Blue says that worm scene was climactic. Okay, I think that's what you said. Yeah, that worm scene was climactic, and that's just the trailer. Fuman Blue says, and the edit on that with the music timing Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I think they say the Enterprise was a character in that show applies to some of the planets in Star Wars. Agreed. Yeah, it's well, it so places, people, ships, these are all things that become characters in their own right. And if you ignore that, you ignore that at your peril. So, absolutely. Polosurf says looks just as bad as the first one. Polosurf is not a fan of the first Dune, huh? Yeah. Well, share your thoughts in the chat. I love to hear your thoughts on this. But the reason that if I were to play devil's advocate a little bit, I would say the first film is fairly dour. It is very. If you're a fan of the books and you feel that it wasn't a faithful adaptation, I'm not really going to argue with you because I didn't really read the books. So that's fair enough. But I will say, I guess what won me over about that film is it just felt so visceral. Like it was an experience. And that's what I go to the theater for. I go to the experience to feel taken away to another place and to just totally forget that I'm even in the real world. And, a lot of people hate Avatar. I love the first Avatar because of that exact reason. I felt like I totally forgot there was a real world for about 2 hours. And then I walk out of the theater and now I'm back on Earth. And I love that. Was the story great? Well, yeah, it was pretty thin, but I liked it anyway. Avatar 2, definitely not as good of an experience for me as the first one. But my point is, I like the immersion, and I felt like the first Dune film, Stellan Skarsgård is so good as that villain in the first film. So, anyhow, share your thoughts. I just thought we'd start with something fun, but let's dig into Guardians of the Galaxy, shall we? Are you ready? I might be, this might be kind of all over the place. You guys might think I'm totally off base on this. You might agree with me. I have no clue. So let me just set the table for a second. I loved the first Guardians film. First Guardians of the Galaxy, and I thought I was going to hate it. I thought Guardians of the Galaxy was going to be, at that time, when it was coming out, it was this dopey trailer about a bunch of weird characters in space. Now, remember, you have to understand, this was phase 1, or maybe it was the beginning of phase 2. I don't exactly remember. But we had Iron Man, Thor. By the way, Thor was pretty outlandish. That was like Asgard and Valkyries and all that mythology stuff. I am more of a science guy with my comics. I like the scientific stuff. I don't so much like the magic stuff like Ghost Rider. It's not really my thing. Daredevil, love Daredevil, right? So that's just my personality. I just enjoy the more technical stuff as opposed to the magical mythology stuff. But that being said, I can be won over. And so we had Thor, we had Captain America, we had Iron Man, right? We had the Hulk, and that's fine. We had the Avengers. It was awesome. Now we get this weird, dopey cast of misfits in space. And there's a tree that talks, and there's a raccoon. And I'm thinking, this is like Disney stuff. I'm like, this is a talking animal. In other words, I was getting what you now would see with Baby Yoda, right? I was getting that kind of vibe from Rocket Raccoon. I'm like, they just want to win me over with a cute animal that talks. But then I go and I see the movie, and I'm like, that was incredible. I immediately wanted to see it again after I came out of Guardians of the Galaxy 1 because it was Rocket Raccoon had a fascinating character. He was funny. He was sarcastic. And he also had a backstory that explained the absurdity of him being a raccoon and that, he'd been experimented on to give him sentience. And I thought that was clever. I liked that. I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then Star-Lord, as played by Chris Pratt, absolutely stole the show. He was a fool triumphant, which I like. I wouldn't have liked it if he had been a total screw-up the whole movie and just got lucky like an Inspector Clouseau. I like the fact that he had a heart of gold. He really was trying. And you know what the number one thing I loved about the ending of Guardians 1? It ends with Chris Pratt literally declaring to the villain, "We're the Guardians of the Galaxy, bitch." Which, it's a funny way of delivering it. It fits his character, so I like that humor. But really what I liked about it is that they said the name of what they are. Like, they just said it. Like, we are the Guardians of the Galaxy, and this is what we do now. We help people. And I feel like in modern superhero films, most filmmakers are averse to that. They don't actually want to have the characters in their masks. They don't want them to actually behave like superheroes. They don't want them to actually stand up for truth, justice, and the American way. Like, they shy away from that because they think it's hokey and dumb, and they think it's nerdy and weird. And we're making a movie. We're making a film. We can't have characters in tights, right? That's the reason that I don't like it when superhero films shy away from that stuff. Spider-Man should be wearing his mask at all times. All times. This crap where he's always pulling his mask off to say hello. It's like, dude, what if one of your enemies sees you and now you've just screwed your whole family? Anyway, I digress. But Guardians of the Galaxy, they become the Guardians, and it's Star-Lord becomes Star-Lord. And he even has a great moment where the villain's like, Star-Lord. He's like, finally, someone remembers my name. I love all that. Second one comes along, not quite as good. I felt it got a little bit weird in the middle, but I liked Kurt Russell as the bad guy. It had a good ending. I would say, you know what? It was on par with Iron Man 2 for me. I would say Iron Man 2, Guardians 2, kind of similar vibes for me, because there was this weird, slow, meandering part of the film that wasn't really working. But it sort of pulled it off at the end. And it was more of what I liked from the characters. The characters were still the characters, and that is what sold me on Guardians 2. So I'm going into Guardians 3, and this is what I'm expecting it. Oh, these earphones are not like the best. Okay. So Guardians 3, just get rid of it. So Guardians 3, I'm going into it and I'm thinking this is probably going to be the last good Marvel film. That's literally, other than a Sony Spider-Man film, this is the last good Marvel film we're going to get, made by an actual director who knows what the hell he's doing, that being James Gunn. And probably it's going to be good enough. And I'm going to, and hopefully it will be really good. And maybe it's awesome. That being said, I don't care about the MCU anymore. I'm at the same place with the MCU I am with Disney Star Wars. I've had enough. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the quantum realms. I'm tired of all the timelines. I'm tired of all the stupid multiverse crap. I don't want another villain that's going to kill every universe. I'm tired of it. Just go away, reboot it, start over. I'll take another Nolan trilogy at this point of some superhero. It's like, I just don't want any more. You know, and it's not because the MCU could not be just as good as it was in Phase 1. It's because what it was in Phase 1, 2, and some of 3 is gone now. That's gone. They don't write that way anymore. They don't tell stories that way anymore. They're not earning their success the way they were with careful, strategic movies. And that's why I'm out. And why should I care what any of these characters are doing when clearly the people making this universe no longer give a shit? Like, they don't care. They just want to ram all their stupid identity politics in it. They want to just feed it through the algorithm wood chipper. And they want me to be invested in it. Well, I'm sorry. I'm just not. But I have a duty. Captain has a duty to review this film. And so literally, I recorded it in my log, Captain's log, as work to go to Guardians 3. But I was hoping I would enjoy it. I was ready to walk out of that movie inside of an hour. I am not kidding you. I almost did. And I was like, no, I have to do the live stream tomorrow. I've got to finish this. And let me tell you something. It was a damn slog. It was a chore. I'm literally sitting in the theater like, oh, please let this movie end soon. Okay, I have a couple observations about the audience, because I, like Chris Gore, Hail Film Threat, love seeing a movie in a theater with people. That's my favorite experience, because I like hearing people react to the film. I like being part of their reaction. And you know something? I heard almost no laughs at any of the jokes in this movie. Almost none. And that was weird to me, because even in Ant-Man, I think I heard a few laughs to some of the really god-awful jokes in that movie. I heard like no laughs. There was a chuckle, a snicker here and there. I didn't hear any excitement. I didn't hear any cheers. I heard a couple murmurs once in a while, like maybe someone talking about something happening in the movie. I heard almost nothing from the audience that whole movie. I did hear a couple of like gasps at some of the violence. Like there was a couple of things, I'm not going to spoil, no spoilers. I'll get into spoilers if you want me to, but I'm just going to say there is a scene in this movie where a character's face, I'm not shitting you, is peeled off. And I'm like, what? I literally said out loud, Jesus. I was like, what is this? Why are they doing this? There was another scene where a character is exposed to vacuum in space and his face starts to explode. And I was like, what? Like, be warned, this movie is not for little kids. Like, and there were little kids in the theater, and I was cringing for them because I was like, oh my God, this is not like, look, kids can handle a little bit of violence. I'm not like a super prude where it comes to that. That was scary stuff, though. That was like for a little kid, not obviously not for me, but for a little kid, like that was scary stuff that they had. It's like a character's face getting peeled off. It was, anyway, it's not quite as bad as like a horror movie because of the context of the scene, but okay. So what can I say about this? The plot is bloated. It's meandering. They have 1,000 subplots in this movie, and they sort of, they're all uneven. The payoffs are uneven. They go this way, then they go that way, and then they fizzle. There are literally moments in the scene where like the characters have a plan and they immediately reverse the plan for no reason at all. And so there's actually a scene in which, and it's in the third act, in the climactic finale, if you can call it that, where two of the characters are expected to be at the ship, right? But they change their mind and they decide to go to the villain's location. Meanwhile, the characters are supposed to be, the other two characters are supposed to be at the villain's location, but they have effected an escape and they're now back at the ship. And so we basically have two parties that have switched places. And they literally have a conversation where they're confusingly discussing, you guys are supposed to be on the ship. Oh, we're not on the ship. We're over here. Well, what are you doing over there? And it's like, this is not good storytelling. I was just groaning in the movie. I was like, oh my God, this is such a mess. Why is there a Russian dog in this? Why do we seem to think that this side plot, this side character that's now got the arrow, you know, he whistles and the arrow, because Anshu or Manchu or whatever his name was in the second film, who was a good character, now his like lieutenant, who was never anything but like a boy, he was a sub character, he was a supporting character, he was nothing, and now they've made him a main character in the Guardians, and I'm like, this character's boring, he's not funny, I don't care that he hasn't mastered the stupid whistling thing. It's like, so they could have just dumped all of that and we would have been fine without those characters. We had Adam Warlock. I've not read the comics on this character. I have no idea what he's like in the comics. I hear he was not adapted correctly. All I will say is I don't care whether he's adapted correctly or not. He was a shit character. Like, he had nothing to do. There's this, like right in the beginning of the movie, there's this battle, and it's almost like a third act battle because he beats the crap out of all the Guardians. And this is in the first act. It's like right in the beginning. I'm not spoiling anything. He beats the crap out of all of the Guardians, and it's vicious. It's not played for like, oh, this is like a battle going poorly. It's like scary things are happening to the characters in this scene. And now this could have been good. I actually felt this could have been a great opening, almost like Batman versus Bane in Dark Knight Rises. Like, that could have been cool because now we have like the Guardians got beaten. And the arc of the story is they have to get back to what they used to be. And that could have been a cool arc, but that is not where it goes. It's like they get beaten, and then it sets up, it's the inciting incident that starts the movie in motion. And then suddenly the character that beat the crap out of them is like almost never a threat to them again in the whole movie. I mean, yes, he kind of is, but like they're able to sort of escape or to fight him. This is what I mean. The movie's just filled with stuff like this. It's like there's an angle that could have worked. There's about 10 angles that could have worked if they had just committed to like 2 or 3 of them. Instead, they try it. This movie is, here's what it is. This movie is a master of none. That's what it is. It's trying to be too many things to too many characters to too many people. And that's why I think it's a mess. That being said, what are some of the redeeming qualities? Well, I was very emotionally moved by several of the storylines in it. They explain Rocket Raccoon's backstory, and there's a subplot. Well, it's not really a subplot. It's the B story, let's say. So the B story is Rocket Raccoon and the explanation behind how he became Rocket Raccoon. And there are 3 other animal characters involved in this storyline that are his friends from the past. Now, there are some amazingly beautiful and touching and wonderful elements of this story. At the same time, it's talking animals, and I'm sorry. It's like there's just moments where the animals are talking, and I'm like, I'm watching Bambi in live action, and it takes me out of it. And I suddenly, it's like 1 minute I'm really invested in these characters, and I'm really into it. And I'm like, oh, that's so sad, or that's so touching. The next minute, I'm like, what? It's like Baby Yoda waddling, while the stormtroopers are chasing him. It's like, it's the Baby Yoda effect. It's like a puppet. And suddenly I'm out of it again. And it's hard for me because on the one hand, there was this debate when Avatar came out. Can moviegoers ever relate to blue people? And this is this kind of pedantic, snobby attitude that a lot of, I would say, people like Matt Walsh or film reviewers tend to have about nerd stuff, is that, how can we ever care about aliens? As if the human mind is so limited that we can't identify with a character that's non-human. And it just maddens me to no end that there are people that are this low imagination. So by no means am I saying that you cannot have talking animals that are emotionally effective in the story. I'm just saying in this film it didn't work. It just did not work for me at all. I kept slipping out of it, and it did not help that the pacing of the movie is very bizarre. It's like there's a lot of action sequences that feel like they sort of come out of nowhere, and right as I'm kind of invested in something that Star-Lord is doing, they flip over to Gamora, and and then there's something else going on, and now I'm totally thrown out of it. And Nathan Fillion is there, which is kind of funny and kind of cool, but it's also a bit of inside humor, and yet his character didn't really have a point. I mean, he's an obstacle in the movie, but other than that, I would much rather that they had turned Nathan Fillion's character into a sort of supporting antagonist in the film than Adam Warlock or who else was in this? There was about 5 supporting antagonists in this movie. Anyway, so those are some of my thoughts. I'm going to go look at the chat before I go on about this, but let's see. Fu Man Blue says, I think superhero movies might need to join Amber in Spain for 5 or 6 years to let some memories fade. Or just get better writers. Just have writers again. There's some rumors that Marvel's looking for better writers. It's like, well, they wouldn't know what to do with them if they got them. So good luck there. 121193 says, Ant-Man ruined quantum travel for me since 2019 Avengers Endgame. I know, it's ruined quantum travel for me too. Fu Man Blue says, 12, the quantum realm had so much potential. Not the movie, but the realm itself. Absolutely. For the Emperor. Welcome to the chat, For the Emperor. I saw Guardians 3 and I liked it. They ruined Adam Warlock, and the MCU is still dead. Still, it was a nice send-off for the characters. Yeah, so listen. A lot of people liked this movie, and, more power to them. I understand. If you liked the movie, you liked it. Look, it had a lot of elements that were good. And I think my frustration with it is that it could have stuck the landing if it had just drop some of the subplots. That's kind of my real objection to it, is that there were so like the dog and the guy with the arrow. They should just drop those characters. We didn't need them. They added too much. Like Drax is played for laughs all the time now, which bothers me. So anyway, I was trying to be charitable to your opinion. So sorry for swerving back into criticism. I'm trying to say that, look, it's definitely some of the best the MCU has done lately, and I understand liking the movie, but yeah, just for me, it was frustrating to watch this movie. And I'm disappointed. Believe me, I'm not happy to report this to you. I would have liked to come out of the theater and been like, oh man, well, that was nice. We got one more good Marvel movie. I just didn't feel that way. But Polo Surf reminded me of a fallen Hot Pocket. Fu Man Blue, laughing at that. For the Emperor, it is 100% non-comic accurate, but then the Guardians movie never were. And that's what I hear. So, fair enough there. Fu Man Blue says, well, given the sales of the comic, I can accept that for the Emperor. It's what a character is going through, not what they look like, right? That's what draws us in or not. For the Emperor replies, it was badly cut. I think it was longer, and they cut stuff out, making it disjointed. And I pretty much agree with that. You know, a movie can be like, I mostly like Iron Man 2. And Iron Man 2 is kind of a mess in terms of its pace, because there's this weird, like, the second act of that movie is incredibly uneven and boring. And but yet it kind of works because Tony Stark is still Tony Stark, and he's just fun to watch in the movie. So it's not that I think that could have worked. It's just, you know, you've heard the expression a bridge too far. Guardians 3 for me was like, it was literally like the World War II market garden operation where they had to capture 7 different bridges, and they got 6 of them. I may get the exact number wrong here, so forgive me, historians in the chat. But there were like several bridges they had to capture, and it was the last one they failed to capture. And I feel like that's Guardians 3 for me. It was like, yeah, I think you could have captured like 3 or 4 big bridges, but you just went for too many. And that perfect example, Counter-Earth. Okay, I believe Counter-Earth is in the comics. I don't know much about Counter-Earth in the comics, but it sounded familiar. I was like, I think I saw that in like Spider-Man or something. So I think I do believe it's filled with talking animals. So that, just please, I would have liked it if they deleted that whole thing in the movie. Like the Counter-Earth thing was awful. I was crawling in my chair watching that whole sequence with these weird looking talking animal people. It was like, oh my God, I just couldn't deal with it. I was like, it was so weird to me. It was like, and then, okay, well, that would be a spoiler. I can't tell you. But let me just say that what they do to that planet, it's like, it doesn't even matter in the final summation of the movie. It's like none of those people that you met even mattered. So even if I could have been invested in their characters, they just didn't matter in the final fullness of the film. So, and let's talk about the villain here. And he's played by Chukwudi Iwuji, the High Evolutionary. Now, in the first, like, I want to say half of this movie, I thought he was a good villain. I was pretty into it. I was curious about he had this plan. He's going to, like, build this masterpiece society, and he's going to like hyper evolve all these creatures, and he's got this big grand plan. And I found myself curious, which is always a good sign. I'm curious about why he wants to do this. How does he think it can be accomplished? What is the purpose of all this, right? Where does he come from? Why does he want to build this masterpiece society? And then in the second half of the movie, he just turns into a raving, yelling, screaming maniac for the rest of the movie, who's completely unhinged. He's completely ineffective. He yells at all of his lackeys, and they cower in fear. And they pretty much abandon all exploration of what his rational motives within his own worldview, what his rational motives might have been. And they just completely abandon that. And they seem to think that a villain that is screaming all the time is somehow scary or intimidating. And it actually was the opposite. It was like the more he yelled and screamed, the less intimidating of a villain he was. And I hear people saying he was better than Kang. Well, it's not that I disagree with that. I don't know. I don't know if I agree or disagree with that, actually, because Kang is, at least as performed by Jonathan Major, was at least menacing, if not his actual plot having any, like, his plot was stupid. Like, his plot is like, I'm going to conquer all the multiverses. Who cares? But Jonathan Major's performance was at least intimidating because he had a coolness and a kind of quiet malevolence about him. This character is just a maniac all the time. A maniac can work, but see, how can you start the first half of the movie? He's cerebral, he's intellectual, he's quietly intimidating. He's even kind of like persuasive. Like he wheedles, he persuades Rocket Raccoon to see the way he sees things. Then in the second half of the movie, he's just a raving, yelling madman. So this is why I felt like the villain in the movie was a total fail, and I was rolling my eyes at every scene with him by the end, and I was like, I can't take this guy anymore. So to those who like this movie, I am sorry. I don't mean to poo-poo anything. If you enjoyed it, I'm happy you enjoyed it, and I understand, and and good on you. I just can't. I'm just not with you. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Boobad Blue says, trying to make what that one let's see. Trying to make what not sure what you're saying there. Polar Surf says, why are the Georgia logos getting bigger? Fuman Blue says, are the peaches maturing? I haven't seen those in the credits in a long time. You gotta love it. It's like all of these woke Hollywood people, where do they go to film their movies? They go to states where the taxes are low. It's like the hypocrisy of that. It's like, why don't you film your movie in Los Angeles, in La La Land, where movies are supposed to be filmed? Oh, because of the taxes. Oh, okay. Guardians is not doing well, is what I hear. Shall we take a look at this article? This from Cosmic Book News. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 box office comparable to Quantumania? All eyes are on James Gunn's Volume 3 as Marvel has been in trouble as of late, and Gunn is now in charge of DC. So they point out here, see if I can find the numbers. The box office of Guardians of the Galaxy 3 is already being compared to Quantumania, which isn't a good sign. Initial estimates were all over the place, from $155 million opening, surpassing Guardians of the Galaxy 2, to a low of around $110 million, which is around what Quantumania opened to in February. And that's, last I've heard, that's basically what it's sitting at, is about $110 million domestic, and it's about $168 million international so far for this opening weekend, which is a very soft opening. Now, the question is, will it earn more? Will there be an improvement, or will it stay steady, or will it fall off? I honestly can't call it, because as you can see just from our discussion in the chat here, people are a little bit divided on this movie. Some people love it. Some people, like your dear captain, do not love it. And I don't know. It's a well-meaning film. I will say that much. It was really trying for something of value, I think. There were elements of it that were really beautiful, like Rocket Raccoon. Okay, this I will say. Let me just praise the film in one area. And this is one area that I actually think was great. And that was Chris Pratt's Star-Lord is excellent in the movie. I loved almost everything with him in the whole movie. There were a couple things that were a little annoying. I didn't like how his story ends, but that ending was so contrived. It was like, oh, we just need the band to break up because we just need a bittersweet ending. And it didn't feel earned. It didn't feel like there was any reason for it. So I didn't like the ending. But I will say, I like Chris Pratt. He was a leader. Oftentimes he was making really smart decisions. But Gamora, this is weird in modern Marvel, by the way. Gamora was often contradicting his strategies in the movie, and he was proven right. Usually, it turned out that her strategy was worse, and his was actually better, which it sounds a little petty the way I'm phrasing that. I just mean to say that usually it's like the dude in the film usually has to be an idiot all the time. And what I liked about it was he's the captain of the Guardians for a reason. Like, he actually makes smart decisions. He has charm. He has wit. He comes up with plans on the fly. And another thing I really like about Star-Lord, I really like this about him. He's actually a hero. He's actually heroic. He doesn't want to kill people. Like, she goes in with, this is Gamora who's only just left Thanos. So she's not the reformed Gamora that we remember from the first two films. She is a much more hard-edged Gamora who's she's only lately come to the sort of hero's game. So I would say she's kind of like a neutral morality character. And so, to use Dungeons and Dragons speak, she would be something along the lines of like neutral chaotic, maybe. Anyhow, she goes in guns blazing and she wants to just kill people, torture people, whatever she has to do. She's using basically all the Thanos methods of doing things. And Chris Pratt's Star-Lord is constantly arguing with her. You know, Peter is constantly trying to tell her, like, no, we can use stun. Like, we don't have to kill people. Or, no, we can talk our way out of this. We don't have to shoot our way through it. But when it's time to shoot, he's awesome. There is one action scene in this movie that was epic. It was excellent. And it's basically all the Guardians, and it was done very much in the kind of Avengers style when all the Avengers are fighting together for that one beautiful sequence in every Avengers film. They kind of had that in this one with the Guardians where they're going through this hallway and they're all fighting and they're all using their unique style. It was excellent. It was fun to watch. It was beautiful. And Star-Lord is just, he's awesome. Like, he does this great series of moves where he starts throwing all these like mines and attaching them to the bad guys. And he like pulls a detonator, and it's cool. So he was a great element. Him and Rocket's friendship was beautiful and very moving. And there's a scene between him and Rocket towards in the third act that definitely got the waterworks going. I won't lie, because there's a lot of themes of friendship and family and loyalty. And so those are definitely the qualities of the film that are good. And I understand why people like it for that reason. You know, I'd say this is kind of like an Avatar 2, if I may be honest. I think the most objective appraisal of the film is sort of on the level of Avatar 2. It's like it was a bit uneven. The pace had problems. Some of the plot wasn't the best it could have been, but I understand why people like it, and I understand why people don't like it. And I liked Avatar 2, and a lot of people hated it. And I understand both sides of that. So I understand why people didn't like it. So, and definitely Avatar 2 could have been a lot better, so no lie there. Look at this article from Variety, though. I just find this interesting. Box office, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 kicks off summer movie season with a $114 million debut. It's a pretty neutral headline, but it sounds like, they're not saying it sounds bad. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, the conclusion to Marvel's trilogy about an extraterrestrial crew of misfits, kicked off with $114 million in its domestic office debut. Those ticket sales rank as the second biggest opening weekend of the year, behind the Super Mario Brothers movie, with $146 million. Despite the towering figure, notice the language in this, right? The second biggest towering figure. The film ever so slightly missed expectations of $120 million and arrived considerably behind its predecessor, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, which debuted to $146 million in 2017, when $146 million was worth a lot more. It's a jump, I added that last part, it's a jump on the first Guardians of the Galaxy, which introduced the world to Chris Pratt's Star-Lord and his friends and opened to $94 million in 2014. So, but it just fascinates me why are they protecting this movie? Like, why do these writers feel this bizarre need? I'll tell you exactly why. Because MCU has gotten with the program. MCU is pushing the message, therefore it is to be protected at all times. So it's just weird. It's just weird to read how like these media shills, they phrase things. But even if, by the way, this movie's not woke at all, which is one nice feature that it definitely has. Like, all of my critiques are purely on the merits of the story and the filmmaking and everything. I don't feel there was there might have been a thing here or there, but that's just, look, if you watch anything in Hollywood, there's going to be something. But mostly, it was just a movie. It was just a movie, and unfortunately, not as good as I think it could have been. But it's weird to read how they just protect it like this. You're lying in this article. They're lying in this article because they're saying, oh, it just ever so slightly missed expectations of $120 million. What they're leaving out is that it expected to do better than Volume 2, which made $146 million. So the original expectations were like $150+ million. So they're totally misleading in this article, but whatever. Some people have said that they liked this movie, but they're rooting for it to fail. I'm not. I really am not. If the movie is good and people like it, then let it succeed.
I only want things that really suck and deserve it to fail. Ant-Man Quantumania failing was beautiful. That was thank you very much, universe. I needed that pick-me-up. But I really don't have a dog in this hunt. If it succeeds, it succeeds. If not, if it doesn't. I really like the characters. I will say I think they've kind of betrayed Dave Bautista's Drax a little bit. He's too much of a joke now. And I don't like the way they left it at the end. But mostly the characters are pretty good. I will say this for Gamora. I understand she's a different character in this movie. A lot of the film revolved around the fact that she's now an unrequited love for Star-Lord because this Gamora never had the relationship they had, so she wants nothing to do with him. There's a weird trope in this. It's not a weird trope exactly. It's just an annoying trope. It's this annoying trope in fiction where there's like an unrequited love between a man and a woman, and the woman is just being totally shrill and bitter and nasty and yelling all the time. And it just makes her look bad. And that's what this looked like to me. She's yelling at him all the time. She's screaming at everyone. She's kind of like the villain in this. She just is yelling and screaming all the time. She's angry all the time. She seems bitter and resentful the whole movie. And I felt like that really was a disservice to her character because her character was very likable in the first two films, even when she had a harder edge to her because in the first film because she had left Thanos. I get it. She's not as far along in that journey. But there's really nothing of the Gamora that had a soft spot for people. Because my feeling was the whole reason she left Thanos in the beginning is because she had a conscience. And it had been asleep for a while, but meeting Peter Quill helped awaken it. And there's a little of that in this one, but I just felt she spent so much of the movie being shrill and resentful and bitter that it did not make it made her kind of annoying, frankly, and I just could have done without that character, which is sad to say because I liked her in all the other films. So also, it's another weird thing. They mentioned they mentioned the blip like one time in this movie, and it occurs to me that like none of the aliens ever discussed the blip. And it's like, in theory, Thanos snapped out of existence half of every civilization in the galaxy. So isn't it funny that like none of the other civilizations in the galaxy ever mentioned the blip? That's just something that hit me. Fu Man Blue says, well, plus the places they used to film in LA are third world hellholes now. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of like why they're filming in Georgia and not LA. Polo Surf says, what a horrible trilogy, terrible conclusion, should have been an incredible 3-hour movie. I must have missed what you're referring to. I don't think you're talking about Guardians of the Galaxy. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Fu Man Blue says, remember when movies had one through line? Nobody knows how to write an actual movie-length story and check the right box. I could always tell when a show got new writers because the side stories start popping up to pad the time. Star Fury says, welcome aboard, Star Fury. Another money loser for Disney. Budget for this movie, including advertising, is $400+ million. So $750 million needed to break even. So this movie is done. Yeah, I think that's probably a very accurate analysis, Star Fury. This film does not deserve the kind of levels of failure that Doctor Strange Mom, The Eternals, or Ant-Man Quantumania. I never say the wasp part of the title. I don't, because who cares? Who cares? I just don't. It doesn't deserve the level of failure of those films, but it doesn't even really deserve failure. It's not a terrible movie. It really isn't. I was bored. I was like, I want to leave. I don't want to stay in this theater and continue to plod through all this stuff. So I don't think it's going to do well. Polo Surf says, GOTG, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 was awful. No wonder. Okay, so, yeah. Guardians of the Galaxy 2, as I have said, I think it was like Iron Man 2, which a lot of people thought Iron Man 2 was awful, so, but I liked both of those. Fu Man Blue says, I'm rooting for the party to fail, full stop. We all have a dog, bro. That's true. I guess we do. No, I want Marvel to fail. Don't get it twisted. I want Marvel to go down in flames. I want Disney to suffer for the crimes against creativity that they have committed. Look, this is not tribalism on my part. I'm not. This is about I want my side to win and their side to lose. I mean, there is a little of that when it comes to the woke crowd, but that's just because I want totalitarians to lose. I oppose totalitarianism, and that's what woke people are. And there are totalitarians on the right too. So I'm not. I oppose totalitarians. I don't care what side of the political spectrum they're on. So that's why I want them to fail. But aside from that, what I don't like is bad writing and bad storytelling succeeding because of a corrupt corporate system that props it up. And one thing that pisses me off about why these movies don't fail more often is because they are in cahoots with the media. And in a really just case of just political perversion, they are also in cahoots with like political parties now. They're in cahoots with essentially, they're basically shilling for the Democrat Party platform, which is bizarre because it's like you should just be making movies. I don't want to see movies shilling for the Republican Party platform either, by the way. I don't want to see propaganda. I don't want to watch propaganda. I want to watch a movie. So that is why I want them to fail, because they're not, to the extent that a lot of these films, like woke storytelling only ever has any amount of success because of artificial, either it is being propped up by a lying media and a lying system of corporate culture while simultaneously, or suppressing dissent, but really it's both. They suppress the truth about how people feel about it while artificially lying about how successful it is. And only the most extreme failures actually start to have an impact. So that is why I believe in meritocracy. I believe that if something is good, it should succeed, and if it is bad, it should fail. And that's not according to me, that's according to the public. If the public, by and large, think that Guardians of the Galaxy is an enjoyable movie, fine. If that's the honest, real result, I am totally okay with that. I never have a problem with a movie I don't like succeeding, so long as it succeeded because the public, by and large, said they like it. Now, I'll probably bitch about it, because what do people see in this movie? But that's just me. So it's not tribalism that makes me want it to fail. I want average, mediocre, or just shitty garbage to fail, because that's what it should do. And I want people that are brilliant, excellent writers to succeed. Brilliant actors, great performances, good filmmaking, succeed. Polosurf says, I like Iron Man 2. I do too. I like Iron Man. Star Fury says, I don't care about sides. All I care about is story, story, story. I'm with you on that, Star Fury. Fu Man Blue says, especially when the sides go nowhere and mean nothing. Star Fury says, I completely agree. What else do we have? Do I have any other thoughts of Guardians? Probably not, really. I will just leave it with the things I loved about the film. Look, if I were to retool this film and make it what I think would have been really successful, the film is about Star-Lord and Rocket Raccoon and their friendship. That is the story. That is the through line. Star-Lord is on a quest to save his friend Rocket. That's the story. Rocket is the subplot. He's the B story of his journey to discovering friendship, right? That would have been a good story. And then around that, we have some other subplots involving Peter's unrequited romance with Gamora. We have, some of the other characters like Mantis and Drax having a subplot. That's fine. And we have a villain that is consistent throughout the film. And how about we just focus on like one big bad villain plot? Like, the villain in this movie has about 1,000 schemes he's working on. It's really confusing. There's not one scene in the movie where I have any clear idea of what this guy's actually trying to do. Like, because 1 minute he's trying to like super enhance an animal in a what would you call it? Like an enclosure. He's hyper evolving it. The next minute he's designing whole planets. The next minute he's exterminating whole planets. The next minute he's trying to reclaim some kind of a brain that he's been studying for years because he needs that brain to program a bunch of children bots. What? Can we just decide what this guy's plan is, please? Also, there was about three major events in this movie that could have been the main thing the Guardians were saving, as like, you know, because they save people, right? They missed okay. One spoiler. All right, spoiler alert. I'm going to spoil one thing in the movie, and then I won't spoil anything else. Just one thing, because it's so bad. I just have to say it. Okay, spoiler alert in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Counter Earth is this planet filled with a bunch of talking animal people in one of the most cringe, weird, awful things I've ever experienced in a theater, since Quantumania, that is. And definitely nothing as bad as Quantumania. How can I even describe this? It's like talking animal people. It was the ultimate furry convention. Talk about a generation of furries. Oh my God. This movie was, if you're a furry, you have got to get to this movie. I'm telling you, it was made for you. You're going to love it. But if you're not a furry, you're going to probably have the experience I had, which is it's an uncanny valley, because it's not just that they're talking animal people. It's that they're living in a planet that is modeled on modern day Earth. So they're living exactly like suburban humans on Earth. And it's weird. It's like they're literally having like the character they're talking to is like a soccer mom, but she's got bat ears. I'm like, what? So but that being said, you know, it's played seriously. They play it straightforward. And you start to get, by small degrees, I started to get a little bit invested in these characters. And I at least admired that the film was investing some care in their character development. And then it becomes clear that the mastermind, what's he called? What is he? The High Evolutionary is the villain in the movie. He decides to nuke the planet because these people... This is just how weird, this is how badly paced the plot is, right? So they're on this planet. It's supposed to be utopia. They're in utopia, right? And they're driving down the street, and it just very conveniently, they witness not one, not two, but 3 separate criminal events happening just as they're driving down the street. That would be Star-Lord and why am I Karen Gillan's character? Nebula. Nebula, they're driving by, and they just happen in a car, which is weird as well. And they witness all of these people getting beat up in alleys and drug pushers pushing drugs on kids. And they're like, oh, this isn't a utopia. They say to the villain, you didn't create a utopia. It's just as bad as the real Earth. And what does the villain do? He says, I know. I'm going to nuke it right now. And I'm like, okay. Like, what? That's really convenient. Like, just right at the moment, the characters decide to observe that he doesn't in any way try to defend it. He doesn't in any way try to explain, well, I tried this and it didn't work, or the reason why this never works is because he does monologue, and Star-Lord kind of undermines the whole scene because he's like, I don't care about your monologue, which that always annoys me in all of these movies. Like Mandalorian did this. No, actually Mandalorian didn't do it, but whenever characters in the scene are like, I don't care about your stupid monologue, I get it. It can work, but it mostly just undermines the villain. And so I'm thinking the villain has just declared he's going to nuke this planet. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, this makes sense. The Guardians have to save this planet. That's their story. I'm like, oh, that's pretty good, right? The story was about saving Rocket, but now it's bigger. It's about saving this planet. And we're in the 3rd act, so that makes sense. And they just nuke the planet. No, the planet just gets nuked. And it's pretty much forgotten about after that point. And all these people are dead. That's it. I'm like, what? And then the final act, when they actually do save, there's a bunch of characters that they save at the end. There is a moment that is so absurd. It was right out of a Disney animated movie, but not in a good way. And it was like, I'm sorry. I can't buy into this. I just can't. It's like, there's only so much I can do with talking animals. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a normie in that way. I don't know. But there's only so much I can do with that. So yeah, there was about 1,000 things that they could have chosen to focus on in this movie that would have been a good plot with a decent payoff. And they just didn't. They just moved on to the next thing. And so anyway, that's all I will say. I'm sorry, my dear Sailors and Starnuts, that I did not enjoy Guardians of the Galaxy 3, but I got to keep it real. It was not. And you know what's funny too is I was kind of back and forth in the first act. I'm like, I'm not liking this movie, but then I was like, oh, that was cool. I like that. I'm thinking maybe I do like this movie, and then about Act 2, I'm like, I gotta go. I'm ready to leave. I just want to drive home. So, what can you do? What else do we have in the stack of stuff? Well, I have a bone to pick. And I'm gonna pick it. Silverback the Despoiler says, "Ahoy, Captain! Ahoy, ahoy, Silverback." Star Fury says he can't help it. Plus, you can tell what he thinks of heroes from his indie film Super. You're talking about James Gunn, of course. Captain Plot Contrivance is the crutch of a mediocre writer. Do we think that James Gunn is a mediocre writer? I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen Super. I do not like superhero films that don't take superheroes seriously. I hated Hancock. I hated that movie. People love that movie. I hate it. It's like one of the worst superhero films I've ever seen. I don't like Will Smith in it. I don't like the idea of it. It's really just I think of it as a mockery of superhero films. And I know that it's played seriously, but it's like, I don't like... Now, I'll tell you what is a really good superhero film that's kind of it's a little bit subverting expectations in that it's sort of viewing superheroes as like kind of in the Watchmen way of like, what if superheroes were really real? And it's called Chronicle. And it's a found footage film from like the early 2000s. And it's about like 3 teenage boys that discover a meteor and it gives them superpowers. And Dane DeHaan is in it and he plays the villain. If you haven't seen Chronicle, it's excellent. It's a great... And that was a movie that was like, okay, this is like... It's kind of like Unbreakable in that way. It's like, what if superheroes were taken super seriously? Like they were really, really real. That I do like. But I don't like a movie that mocks superheroes or like subverts the genre. So I don't know if I would like Super. I wasn't a big fan of Suicide Squad. I turned it off halfway through. It just bored me. So I started watching Suicide Squad 2, and I turned that one off too. I don't know why. I heard it was really good. Critical Drinker gave it a great review. Sorry, I'm not into it. Something about those characters. There are some amazingly funny scenes in that movie, though. There is a sequence in the Suicide Squad that's incredibly hilarious, where like they go into this village to save this hostage, and they just start slaughtering all these gorillas up in the mountains. You know, like that is freedom fighter gorillas, and they start slaughtering them all. And it's like, oh yeah, they kicked ass. They killed all the bad guys. And then they get to the guy that they're trying to save. And he's like, why'd you kill all those people? Like, yeah, we killed all your captors. And he's like, those weren't my captors. They were helping me. They were keeping me safe. You just killed all of our allies. It's like, oh shit. well, you should have told me. it was great. So I got bored and I turned it off. So what can you do? Fu Man Blue says, I saw Chronicle. Yes. What did you think, Fu Man Blue? Polo Surf says, have you seen The Innocents from 2021? It's like artsy Chronicle. The Suicide Squad was horrible, and that was the only good joke. The one I just meant. Yeah, no, that was pretty hilarious. It also, but you know what though? It also bothered me because I was like, oh, that's awful. They killed all those people who were good people. They just killed them all. So it was kind of funny and at the same time also kind of awful. So yeah. Innocents. I have not seen The Innocents. You have to tell me more about that. Okay, we are going to talk. I have a bone to pick with Matt Walsh. So Matt Walsh decided to run his mouth about video games. And this was actually in 2018 he decided to run his mouth. But somehow this tweet has resurfaced and it started a fight between him and Jeremy over at The Quartering. And so I have a couple of videos I'm going to play for you. And I'm going to put in my 2 cents on this. So, and that is coming up straight away. But in the meantime, your captain must take a quick break. So I will be right back. Okay, we are back. Here we are on the Captain's Cast. Hey, by the way, if you haven't smashed that like button, do your good captain a favor. Smash that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Turn on those notifications. We are a growing channel, and we are growing by leaps and bounds. I am Captain Garrett. This is the Captain's Cast, and I have a bone to pick with Matt Walsh. So let's just get right to it, shall we?
This was me. Video games are a sacred cow because our country is filled with adults who are obsessed with them. That's why we all pretend insanely that there's nothing wrong with or disturbing about a child spending all day killing people in a virtual world.
You know, we can always count on Matt Walsh to have the most old, outdated, common conservative take. See, this is why I do not describe myself as a conservative, because I could never identify with this way of thinking. I grew up in the era when Nintendo, the original Nintendo, with Mario Brothers, was thought to be evil, and it was going to rot your brain. And my parents would not let me have it. And all of my friends had a Nintendo. You have no idea how bad I wanted one. I could not have one because they thought it was going to ruin my childhood. Imagine. It's quaint by comparison now. So I found a workaround, which is they did not know what a Game Boy was. They had no clue. They just knew of Nintendo. And so I was not allowed to even ask my grandparents for a Nintendo. So my workaround was I asked my grandmother for Christmas for a Game Boy because they had not said I couldn't ask for a Game Boy. And so I actually got a Game Boy for Christmas, the original dot matrix handheld Game Boy. This would have been this had to have been like around 1992 or something. I was so happy. And as soon as I unwrapped that present, I was like, thanks, Grandma. Thanks for this is so cool. And my mom, she gives me the stink eye and she's like, what is that? Is that a Nintendo? And I said, no, it's not at all. This is not a Nintendo. This is a Game Boy. That's different. And so it looks a lot like a Nintendo kind of thing to me. And my dad was like, hey, you aren't supposed to have a Nintendo. Let me see that. And he takes the Game Boy from me, right? He starts playing it. This is on Christmas Day. He starts playing it. He goes out to Toys R Us. That was back when Toys R Us was still a thing. He buys another Game Boy for himself with 2 new games. So we got 2 Game Boys that Christmas. My dad wanted a Game Boy. So that was how I defeated the moratorium on Nintendo in my house. Yes, your captain was a strategist even then, back when he was a tender young ensign. So anyhow, let's just unpack Matt Walsh's, awful take on this. Video games are a sacred cow because our country is filled with adults who are obsessed with them. First of all, this is straw man argument through and through. Video games are a sacred cow. To whom is it a sacred cow? It's not a sacred cow to me, any more than films are a sacred cow. It's a medium. It's a form of entertainment. That is what it is. And any form of entertainment in its proper place is simply that. But he goes on, adults who are obsessed with them. Obsessed. Well, gee, I wouldn't know of any adults at Daily Wire who are obsessed with things that they're constantly harping on all the time. Isn't it funny how when people like something that, when people like something that someone like Matt Walsh doesn't like, or they like something he doesn't understand, it's an obsession. But when they like something that he likes, it's a great pastime, like fly fishing or something like that. So that's a straw man argument. That's why we all pretend insanely that there's nothing wrong with or disturbing about a child spending all day killing people in a virtual world. Really? Is that what we all pretend? Matt Walsh, we're all pretending every day? I've never pretended that. I've never espoused that idea either. I don't think that a child should spend all day playing a video game, nor do I think, I take that back. Children should be able to spend a day off that they have, if they really want to spend it, they're there with their friends, they want to spend it all day, once in a while, all day playing video games, I wholeheartedly endorse. Should they spend all the time playing video games? Of course not. I'm not aware of any majority consensus arguing for this, nor am I aware of any majority consensus that is arguing for children being allowed to spend all day playing Call of Duty. By the way, I have never... See, this is what's funny to me, is that I grew up with all this crap. I remember when Tipper Gore, back in the late 90s, that would be Al Gore's wife, was on a warpath about all this stuff. She wanted rap music to be banned. It's maybe not banned exactly, but she was on a warpath of trying to get like all of the mature content in music. She wanted it not to be like limited, labeled, censored, all the curse words censored out. And I remember saying at that time, as a young teenager, I'm like, because I would hear all the adults agreed with this, by the way. They would all say, yeah, the games are, this is bad. This is very, very bad. If children can buy violent video games, it's bad. It's like, but they're not allowed to see rated R movies. The game is rated M for mature. If the game's rated M for mature, that means it's mature, and you shouldn't let your kid have it. All right, but what if they get it anyway? I'm like, yeah, what if a child sneaks into a rated R movie? There's no difference. Anyway. So I have never been advocating that children should be playing Call of Duty. I actually don't think anyone I'd say it's about on the level of like a PG-13 movie. It's like if you're old enough to see a rated R movie, you can play Call of Duty. But if you're not, you shouldn't be playing Call of Duty. It's for adults. But see, this is part of the problem that people like Matt Walsh have, is they grew up, well, actually, he's younger than I am, so this doesn't even apply to him. But like a lot of the older adults, older than my generation, they all thought of games as a child's pastime, because back then in the 80s and 90s, it was mostly a children's pastime, because most of the people old enough as adults to play games as adults, they had never had video games. The last thing they remembered was maybe Atari. And so they hadn't had an experience. The world has changed. There are plenty of people in their 40s, 50s, etc. who now play video games. So this is the most outdated take, and it comes from that old idea that video games are for children, and that's really the objection. But let us allow the chat to have its say. Starfury says, what do you call going outside and playing soldier when I was a kid? I killed swaths of people in my imagination, but isn't that considered good, wholesome fun? You are so right about that. I remember, if you ever heard of Bill Whittle, he did a great podcast series called The Way We Were, I think it's called. I should find this for you. What? No. It was What We Saw. Okay, that's it. The name of the podcast is What We Saw. The first one is about the moon landings, and the second season of the podcast is about the Cold War, and they're both excellent. I highly recommend them. And in the first one, he describes what it was like for him as a kid growing up during the space race as a kid. And he talked about the toys they had, and one of the toys they had was the pop gun, which had the little tape, and it would like rotate and it would make a popping sound. It's like, look, human beings, violence is just a part of our nature. It doesn't mean that, obviously morality exists. And of course, we have a moral duty to become civilized. But that doesn't change the fact that violence is a part of our experience and our condition just by dint of existing in, we came from nature. Nature is violent. So, yeah, this is an absurd extrapolation on their point. Starfury says, does my obsession for sci-fi and fantasy books make me bad? No, it makes you morally praiseworthy and above all reproach, sir. 1211 says, Matt builds his Puritan Christianity social credit score every day on Twitter. Silverback says, Democratic Senator Joe Lieberman was a huge anti-video game advocate in the 90s. I believe that. He was. No, the Democrats were on a warpath about, well, they kind of still are, but these days they can use pop culture to their advantage, so it's a little different. Yeah, Fu Man Blue says, yeah, I had those pistols. See, exactly. There's plenty, and by the way, I remember just when I was playing He-Man, I was slaying anything and everything in my way. It was that's the whole point, is it's a forum for imagination. But let us continue.
A child spending all day killing people in a virtual world. Shocking stuff. Apparently in 2018, I made the provocative claim that children shouldn't spend all day playing violent video games. Lots of people apparently disagree. They, I guess, think that children should spend all day playing violent video games.
No, we don't. That's a straw man argument. Nobody is arguing for that.
I mean, I could see a response where you say, well, no kids spending all day playing violent video games. But to respond like you disagree with the statement is another thing entirely, but that's what happened.
That is not the statement they're disagreeing with. If you look at the tweets, which he'll show in a moment, that is not that's not what the quartering was saying.
Here's what a guy named George Alexopoulos, who has a relatively large social media following apparently, here's what he tweeted at me yesterday in response to my tweet from 5 years ago. He said, quote, "Video games are a medium, not a genre, you bearded puritanical Philistine. If your child is only playing games where he's murdering people, get educated and buy him Minecraft, Rocket League, Mario Maker. Better yet, play games together and bond. Debate me, Matt."
I think Mr. Alexopoulos won on all points except when he said, "You bearded puritanical Philistine." It's like, look, once you're name calling in a Twitter debate, you're just doing what the internet does. And there's maybe, look, if it's Elon Musk trolling AOC, I'm here for it. But I just think if you can avoid settling for that, you're doing better. But I like this. This is an injunction to debate. Matt loves debates. He should debate him.
He wants to debate me about this point from 5 years ago. Now, I'm aware that non-violent video games exist. However, in that one particular statement 5 years ago, I was specifically talking about violent video games, which also exist. Yes, violent video games are a genre, and I was talking about that genre. There was much more strawmanning where that came from. The Quartering tweeted, quote, "The right's weird obsession with disavowing video games, anime, and social media is why they will never appeal to most of Gen Z. The base is literally dying off, and most of the voices in the community are actively refusing recruits." Well, with all due respect to Jeremy from the Quartering, I think it's safe to say that I have recruited more people into conservatism than he ever has or ever will. I do sometimes, I have to admit, get a little bit tired of hearing lectures on effectiveness from people who are far less effective.
Oof. Yeah. He does not. How does he not know who the Quartering? He does not know his opponent in this case. Not that the Quartering is his opponent here, but he is so wrong about this. I'm a great fan of the Quartering, and I will say that he's a very politically neutral kind of guy. He has his opinions, but his attitude is very much, it's in between right and left, I would say, and pretty much closer in alignment with mine these days. But what's funny here is Matt talking about strawman arguments. He says, "Oh yeah, what was his?" Let me go back to his point here.
Jeremy from the Quartering, I think it's safe to say that I have recruited more people.
Yeah, that's it. I've recruited more people than you into conservatism. Is the Quartering trying to recruit people into conservatism? Is that the purpose of what this whole argument is? It's about and so his whole point is, well, I've recruited more people into conservatism. Look, asshole, people like anime, people like video games. There's a whole world to be explored in those media, and there are so many types of stories within those media that you have no awareness of. And it's one thing to say, hey, I don't like video games. I think you shouldn't spend all your time doing it. I don't think violent video games are for kids. That's all fine. But when you dismiss it like an arrogant asshole simply because you don't understand it, I'm sorry, but you're not recruiting anyone that doesn't already agree with you. So this is, but recruiting, what does this have to do with recruiting? We are in a battle to the death in this country with woke culture. If they win everything because they don't care what rules they have to break to impose their will upon society. All art will be censored. There will be a blacklist for everything. There will be racial quotas imposed on every form of culture. and they will jail people that disagree with them if they get enough power to do it. And they're close. They get closer every day. They will strip people of their bank accounts. They've already tried it. They will do all of those things. And you think you're going to beat that movement by being an asshole to one of the biggest sources of entertainment, to one of the greatest, the largest fan bases in media, video game fans? It's like anime fans. It's like he is so out of touch. I'm sorry. The captain apologizes. I just used a term I hate because it just came out. Out of touch is a weird, stupid term, and I hate it. He doesn't know dick is a better way to put it. He doesn't know dick about anime, okay? Anime has as many types of storylines in it as you could possibly imagine. So he's just ignorant is what it is, and that's part of his problem. I think I've heard... Let me just see if there's any other points I want to go over here.
First point. Now, I think all reasonable people understand that the screen is a very powerful messaging system. There's a reason why the corporate world spends literally billions of dollars every year marketing through the screen. They know that it's a very effective way to influence people, especially children. There are plenty of studies that prove this point if you're into that sort of thing, but you don't need a study. You're living in the study. You are the study. We live in a culture shaped by and around the screen. Go to any school and you'll find a building full of kids whose values, beliefs, priorities, tastes have been nearly completely determined by the content they spend their days ingesting through the screen.
And before that, what was it, Matt? It was the TV. Before it was TV, what was it? It was the radio. Before it was the radio, what was it? It was comic books. Before it was comic books, what was it? It was pulp dime novels. Before it was pulp dime novels, what was it? It was Shakespearean theater. Before that, what was it? It was Greek tragedy. Do you realize that every medium I just named, every single one without exception, in its time was claimed to be the source of violence, corrosion of the culture, and destruction in its time? You can literally go back to the ancient Greek philosophers and you can find critiques of theater in ancient Greece as a blight upon civilization. Comic books were considered to be rotting your brain. So he's just making the argument that human beings have been making about entertainment for thousands, not hundreds, thousands of years. There was a guy like Matt Walsh in the, thousands BC making this exact argument about performing a tragedy on a stage.
Video games are not the only example of this, or even the most potent example, but they also obviously aren't an exception. It's not good for kids to spend an exorbitant amount of time consuming graphically violent content, even if the...
I agree. Who's arguing that they should? This is my problem with this whole thing. It's like you're not even making a point that's addressing something most people are arguing for.
Content is fictional and virtual and imaginary. Okay, it doesn't mean that it has no influence just because it's fictional.
Agreed.
Among other things, it can have the effect of desensitizing their minds and their souls to violence. And the kind of casual cruelty and violence that we so often see among kids today is a pretty good evidence of this desensitization.
Really? Because when I was a kid, the most advanced video games were I think we were just getting to the era where there was Wolfenstein 3D and Doom. I think those games had just started to come out, and most people didn't have them because you had to have a PC to even play them. And you know what? I don't remember the bullies being any less psychopathic when I was a kid. I don't remember children being any less cruel in those days. So this argument to me is complete bullshit.
It kind of boggles my mind that anyone could hear an argument like this. Kids are being desensitized to violence. Then you hear people say, well, what do you mean? Where's your evidence of that? Where's my evidence of it? Look around you. What are you talking about? You're living in the evidence. Now, this doesn't mean that kids should never be exposed to any form of violence at all. Violence is part of the world. It's not always bad either. There's heroic violence.
You mean when you're playing as a soldier in Call of Duty, storming the beaches of Normandy to stop the Nazis? Would that be heroic violence, Matt?
There's violence in defense of the innocent and so on. It's good for kids to be given examples.
I think that was Medal of Honor I was thinking of, actually, not Call of Duty. It might have been Call of Duty as well. I'm not very well versed in I'm more of an RPG guy. But I know Medal of Honor, I do believe, very famously depicted the storming the beaches of Normandy. So what is he arguing? Is he arguing that all violence in video games is desensitizing? Like, now he's basically saying there's such a thing as good violence. And on this point, I actually agree with him. Violence in defense of the innocent is acceptable and praiseworthy, but as a last resort, of course. But he is acting as though there's no such thing as that in violent video games.
Examples of that kind of violence, even if the examples are sometimes fictional, even if they're cartoonish. Superheroes, for example, are an example of heroic violence. But
and you would have been the guy 60 years ago arguing that comic books were the work of the devil and satanic and should have been banned. You would have been that guy. You would have 100%. You would have thought Spider-Man and Thor and Superman were something that, children shouldn't even be reading. What? You shouldn't be spending all your day reading comic books. You should be playing Bach on the piano.
When the violence is gratuitous and amoral and overly graphic, when it is violence for the sake of violence, when it's violence where the entertainment comes from simply watching someone suffer, even if in a fictional context, that is when it becomes a problem. Volume is the other great concern. Whether we're talking about social media, shows, movies, or games, kids are spending a huge portion of their formative childhood years staring at screens. They aren't having real childhood experiences. They aren't learning how to relate to each other and to the world. They're becoming fat and depressed. They can barely even speak to each other. They can't look you in the eye. They don't stand up straight. They're just staring down at the phone all the time. And all of this can be...
I'm in the position here of agreeing with his basic point that the worst thing for children is to spend all their time in front of a screen. The problem is, he's singling out video games for some reason, and what he seems to be overlooking is the fact that, those screens are a tool. And our culture, this is actually how I feel about AI as well, by the way. It is our technology is a reflection of us. It is a reflection of what we choose to do with it. And some of the most valuable content, like when I have been seriously depressed or I have been struggling with something in my life, do you know where I've found most of my solutions over the last several years? It's been on the internet. It's been by going to a screen and finding someone who could teach me something about how to solve a problem that I didn't know before. And what's so funny too is now this doesn't really apply to him because I'm sure he's pretty tech savvy, but there's a lot of people in the older generation that complain, oh, I don't know tech stuff. I'm not a tech guy. And I say, well, I'm not either. But when I don't know something, I go Google it. Okay, how do I fix the audio quality on my OBS because it's killing my stream right now? I go figure things out. And people think I'm some kind of tech genius in my family because I always know all the tech answers. It's like, no, I didn't know it until I went and looked for the answer. So the point is, you can use this technology to better yourself. Should you be spending all of your days on TikTok? Definitely not. But there's even good quality content on TikTok potentially that you could have. It's just how you use it.
We trace back to a life dedicated to these damned screens.
These damn screens! Get off my damn screen!
To waste away staring at screens if that's how they choose to spend their adulthood. I hope they don't, but they can. If when they're adults, they can do what they want. But they'll never be able to get this time back. They can never have a second childhood. As much as my generation might try to pull that off for ourselves, trying to have a second childhood, you can't actually do that. And
yeah, you can't have fun, okay? Listen, when you're an adult, everything you have to do is super serious. And everything you have to do as an adult is super responsible. It's serious, and there is to be no fun. There is to be no creativity or play. There is to be... he is the definition of if I have one critique of the right, it's this. Much of the right is entrenched in a kind of longing for what is admittedly much of the foundational culture of the United States, which is it's the Puritans, essentially. It is the puritanical culture, which is life is to be work, life is to be, challenge and suffering. And, life is to be both things. Life is to be work and creativity and building. Life is also to be play and fun. And you cannot have a life where you never play, where you never, this idea that for some reason having fun and being spontaneous is the province of children is ridiculous. Now, should a grown man be on TikTok crying about how he has to work a full 8 hours at Starbucks and it's not fair? Well, no, that's pretty childish behavior that should not, that's bad behavior as an adult. But having fun, having a little spontaneous fun, everyone needs that. And Matt needs it too. He talks about the things he does for fun all the time, which, by the way, are things I don't find fun or interesting at all. But do I make a big video about how, look, I think hunting is awful. I would never want to do it. I don't like the idea of killing animals. I do like the idea of being outdoors and camping and the kind of challenge of it. But everything to do with killing the animal and cleaning it and doing all that stuff, I have no interest in that. Do I have a problem with people doing it? No. Within reason. I mean, cruel practices shouldn't be allowed. But generally, if you're going out there, you're hunting a deer, you're killing it, you're eating it, I'm fine with that. It ain't my thing. Why can't we just agree to that? Like, I think sports is he likes sports, I think. I don't know. I actually don't know. But I find sports to be one of the most baffling pastimes. It's like, I don't understand why people enjoy it. It's like, I watch it, and I mean, I kind of do, but like, I enjoy going to a baseball game, for example, but it's more for the experience of just being there and being outside, being with the crowd, being with friends. The actual game itself just doesn't interest me, because to me, it's a bunch of arbitrary rules, right? Which is probably what a video game is like to him. And that's fine. That's fair. The problem is, the difference is, I should say, I don't go around anymore. I used to, but I don't anymore go around berating people for liking sports just because I don't understand it. I understand that people who like sports have great enthusiasm for it because they see the athleticism, they see the gamesmanship, they see the strategy and the tactics, and all those things are very fascinating. And there's a lot of life lessons to be pulled about teamwork and leadership and, what being a sportsman in competition is. And those are all laudable, praiseworthy things. That he can't see that something like video games or anime could also contain such valuable things is really his loss.
Whether you let your kids play video games or not, I hope you don't allow the video game or the TV or the phone to become their childhood.
Yeah, well, I mean, we agree on that point, Matt. So what's your point? Who's advocating for that? Let me know. Boy, the chat has a lot to say about Mr. Walsh here. Starfury says, there are studies that proves that games do not cause violence. Well, there is an argument that Matt loves to make with his opponents, especially when he's dealing with the transgender issue. And he says, the burden of proof is on them. It's not on me. They are claiming that this is true. They should bring forth their evidence. I don't have to bring forth evidence to prove it's not true, because the burden of proof is on the claimant. So what is the claim? If Matt Walsh is claiming that video games result in more violence among children and more violence in society, then I am just going to throw his exact retort right back at him. The burden of proof is on you, Matt. It's not on us who play video games. I am not aware of any people who play video games in my life ever who've committed a violent act beyond maybe a bar fight here or there. And that is certainly something that can be caused by a lot of other things than video games. Silverback the Despoiler says, the South Park episode Meet the Jeffersons is living rent-free in my head during this rant of the captains. I don't know. I don't remember that episode. So, Fu Man Blue says, honestly, what Bruce Banner said describes humans on the whole. We're all stifling that side of our nature as a cost for living in a civil society, but we're always angry to an extent. Yeah, the Hulk, Dr. Jekyll, and Mr. Hyde, every hero versus villain story is absolutely kind of a story about humans at war with our own nature, with ourselves. Starfury says, Captain as an RPG guy, I imagine you have a double-headed axe you carry around with you every day. I'm more of a sword guy, if you hadn't guessed. Captain, oh yeah, read that one. 1211 says, Matt be the guy who thinks the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is satanic because of furries. Oh yeah. Does he? Did he say that? One of the most like Christian themed fantasy stories of all time. Starfury says, yeah, that is definitely on most days. Missed with that one. Starfury says, Matt, what century are you living in? Do you know children come out of the birth canal with an iPhone stuck to their hands? Silverback says, life is suffering is a very Buddhist view as well. Fu Man Blue says, I think anyone that tries to target a topic and portray it in its worst possible moderation-free way are sneaks, and I don't trust them. Why I stopped watching him not long after I found him. Well, I will say this. I'm very critical of Matt on this point. I think he's a brilliant debater most of the time, not in this case, because he's really actually engaging in a lot of straw manning here. But normally, he's pretty good, and he does one valuable thing, which is he has established a position, which is, I'm not going to back down from what is biologically fact, and I'm not going to agree with any premise for any reason that requires me to do otherwise. And he's kind of convinced me on that point. It's like, look, there are two sexes. That's just biological reality. That's reality. So if you want to upend society and you want to turn everything upside down because of that, well, you better have the evidence to disprove thousands of years of human scientific understanding. So he's good at that. He should stay in his lane, is what I think. Fu Man Blue says, almost everything without moderation is bad, bad, bad. Suffering does not provide contrast, allowing you to appreciate life without it in any form. Yeah, I mean, it's, as Captain Picard once said, it's the truth of our existence. Polo Surf says, I advocate for children to be raised by screens. I was raised by TVs and I turned out fine. Yeah, I raised them by YouTube. Silverback says it was the Michael Jackson Moves to South Park episode. Yeah, it's just been too long. I just don't remember that one. Okay, well, let's see what the quartering had to say in his defense, shall we? Oops, there we go.
The issue is his initial tweet was not nuanced. It was anti-video games. It's the same guy that said this.
What's your opinion on anime? It's really popular amongst teens and young adults. I think it's all satanic. I have no argument for it. I have no argument for why it's satanic. It just seems that way to me. All anime to me seems weird, just like bizarre, creepy. And in general, I don't think that adults should be, whether it's anime or any other kind of cartoon, with rare exception, adults really shouldn't be watching cartoons in general.
Before I let Jeremy have his say here, because it is the captain's stream, I will just say, so two things on this. Number one, this is him being sarcastic, because I do actually watch his show enough to know this is a little bit of his dry humor, and he loves he loves trolling people because he's so dry all the time that he sounds like he's serious whether he is or he isn't, and he enjoys that. He enjoys playing with that. And so the more people come after him on this anime thing, the more he just doubles down, and you can tell it's a shtick that he's doing. But that being said, in this original take, I actually think he's being quite... I think he's being fairly serious here. And even if he's not, let's just assume for the sake of argument that this is him just being deadpan, and he's really just being kind of sarcastic, and he's being deliberately hyperbolic on this. I still think it's a terrible take because he's being dismissive and he's being smug. And do you know who else is smug? The woke crowd. Now, well, I think it's satanic. By the way, there are two words that, let me give you a list of words in our modern culture I really despise. Problematic. I really don't. Problematic. Inclusive. Representation. Diversity. I hate all these terms. And you know what else I hate? Satanic. Demonic. Those are all the same to me, because those are all people being very dismissive, tribalistic, and smug towards who they consider to be their ideological opponents. And as Eckhart Tolle once put it, what you react to strongly in another is also in you. And I think this is old hat. This is how people like this have always been. They don't understand things like anime. I'll let Jeremy kind of get into it because he kind of makes a great point here.
What? So we can't watch Family Guy because Matt Walsh says it's satanic, or we can't watch Naruto, or you can't watch any of your favorite anime. I'm not a big anime guy, but I'm not stupid. I wouldn't tell my viewers like, oh my God, if you watch anime, you're an idiot. Like, or that's satanic. You shouldn't be watching that. Grown adults don't watch anime. Bro, I got news for
Yeah, let me just jump in here real quick. I remember the first time I played Dungeons and Dragons, that was exactly the reason I wasn't allowed to play it, is because it was considered to be in just what adults knew of it is that it was satanic. And they believed there was this stupid meme back before internet memes. There was a meme going around that some people got so enamored of their character and they got so invested in their character in Dungeons and Dragons that when their character died, have you heard this urban legend? When their character got killed in Dungeons and Dragons, they killed themselves. Did that ever happen? I actually don't know. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Probably there was one news story somewhere a long time ago, and it just turned into, a mind virus that just went through society. And it's like, oh, look at this thing. It's so evil. It's making people kill themselves. It's like, no, one weirdo, one lunatic who took it too seriously and killed himself does not an epidemic make. So this is nothing new to me. Like, all of this is like, this is what I went through my entire childhood. Every adult in my life didn't understand the things I liked. Every adult, my grandfather called me computer head, and it was a pejorative. It was meant to be insulting. It was not in good fun. It was like, oh, why are you doing that, computer head? I mean, I was berated, I was insulted, and I'm not complaining, by the way. I don't hold this against any of my family. They just are who they are, and they had the lives they had. It's just, my point is, this is such an old story to me. Like, this is nothing new. And back then, it was pen and paper RPGs. Now, it's interactive video games.
For you, they do. And more grown adults watch anime than watch Hollywood. If the right embraced this and understood this, maybe they wouldn't be so confused how communists are getting in their kids' ears all the time. And here's the article, and again.
And, it's not even that conservatives have to embrace anime. It's not that they have to embrace video games. They can have all their views that it's stupid or weird or creepy or whatever they think about it. Fine. But have some respect. That's all you need to have, is a little respect that there are people who enjoy these things. And maybe because I don't understand it, maybe I could learn something about it.
Again, this is not just Matt Walsh. I'm going to talk about Jack Thompson and all these other people on the right that actively push people who would happily vote for a Republican away, okay? Here he says, stop pretending violent video games are harmless just because you like playing them. Now, this is an old article. This is from 2018. Perhaps between then and now, he has changed his opinion. But I find it curious that the Daily Wire deleted that article. I wonder why. Because the entire science around video, like, I knew somewhere I'd find this take from him. Oh, Call of Duty causes these mass events based on nothing. It's an idea that's been debunked a zillion times. This is one of the few things the scientific community agrees on, yet boomer cons keep pushing this, and people who enjoy video games know that it's not true. These people won't vote for Republicans because this is who is the face of them. These ideas, I should say, not Matt.
And rightly so, by the way. Rightly so. If Republicans are pushing censorship, then they deserve to lose. Flat out. Like, that is I oppose totalitarianism. I oppose censorship in all of its forms, no matter who is pushing it. And so if they want to go down this road of like, it's time to start censoring video games, it's time to start censoring, because that's what's causing the same crowd that says it's not the gun that pulled the trigger, it's the shooter that pulled the trigger. If the same crowd now wants to say, but violent video games are causing this, well, they deserve to lose.
Particular. This was a tweet by Metroid Man I thought really, really summed it up good. They wrote, most people still championing these positions are dissident liberals, dissident right, post-liberals, and libertarians. Republicans don't do culture. It's pretty clear at this point. They think it's for kids and wonder why communists are in their children's ears. I mean, this goes all the way back. Remember, if you play Magic the Gathering.
I do remember this.
Oh my God, there's a pentagram on this Magic the Gathering card. We've got to and Wizards of the Coast actually folded and took it off.
You know what's amazing to think about? This is how it was in the 90s. Like in the 90s and 80s, these corporations were folding to conservative censors. And isn't it amazing to see Wizards of the Coast is now doing the exact same thing, but now they're folding to the leftists. Now they're folding to the leftist censors. It's like there's this old quote. I forget where I heard this. I wish I remembered who said this because they deserve the credit. But someone recently quoted, I'm opposed to fascism. No, what was it? I'm opposed to totalitarianism, especially your favorite kind. And I thought that is a really good way of putting it. I am opposed to totalitarianism, especially your favorite kind.
Because churches and parents got hooked up in the satanic panic. Remember when they said, oh, if you listen to Metallica, you're going to worship the devil. That's
true.
Boomer cons. They haven't changed. They haven't embraced culture at all. This is the whole reason that why aren't there any more conservative TikTok stars, right? And Matt's like purposeful misinterpretation. I mean, this is so cringe, this take from his video.
The right's weird obsession with disavowing video games, anime, and social media is why they will never appeal to most of Gen Z. The base is literally dying off, and most of the voices in the community are actively refusing recruits.
Now let's hear him refute my point. Or do you think he's going to talk about how he has more followers than me?
Well, with all due respect to Jeremy from the Quartering, I think it's safe to say that I have recruited more people into conservatism than he ever has or ever will.
Is this guy a cult leader? I've never called myself a conservative. I've never asked for people to be recruited into conservatism. Okay? And I wonder how popular Matt Walsh would be if the Daily Wire wasn't spending hundreds of thousands of dollars promoting his content, which they do, by the way. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars promoting Ben Shapiro. I see Matt Walsh's ads everywhere. So I just wonder exactly how big Matt Walsh would be if he weren't owned by a super huge mega corporation. I'm in my office with an $80 webcam and a microphone.
I do sometimes, I have to admit, get a little bit tired of hearing lectures on effectiveness from people who are far less effective.
Could you be more sensitive? How about hearing about how sensitive and how much of a floppy puss bag you sound like?
Well said, Jeremy. Well said. Hat tip to the Quartering. Hat tip to Matt Walsh for those clips. 1211, as a fan of manga, the anime manga, I am a fan of anime and manga as well, by the way. I'm not a huge fan. I like some of them I like, and I like the art form. It's hard for me to find a story I can get into. But once I get into it, Berserk. Oh, Berserk is good. I love Berserk. Blue Gender, anyone? As a fan of manga, 1211 says, the anime manga realm has a lot of degeneracy, which I try to avoid. And even in your mainstream manga anime, you always see 1 to 2 or more girls with overly big breasts. That's not degeneracy. That's just red-blooded Japanese storytelling. Starfury says, at Captain, and you now are the tech guy of your entire family. How's that for karma? That's exactly the truth. Oh, Garrett, come over here and help me with my Apple TV. I can't get it to work. This is called an HDMI cord. Do you see this port that says HDMI 1? There you go. You're so good at all this stuff. Well, you should see me on my live stream trying to get the microphone to work. Fu Man Blue says, it's so ridiculous to ascribe a stigma to a specific medium. So if the Grapes of Wrath was animated tomorrow, it would instantly become irrelevant? I can't get my head around that. You're so right about that, because I guarantee you that there has to be somewhere an animated film that if Matt Walsh heard of it, that espoused Christian conservative beliefs, he would be all for it, and he would think it was wonderful. So this is really not about the medium. By the way, the other thing about anime has a lot of degeneracy in it. Anime has as many things in it. It is as wide and as varied and as full of depth and variety as any other medium of entertainment. So to say that anime has degeneracy in it is to say movies have degeneracy in them. Video games have degeneracy in them. Broadway plays have degeneracy in them, which is almost certainly true. His whole point, the point that he is missing, is that he is painting with a broad brush something he doesn't understand. That is why this is such a fail. And worse, we just don't have time for this shit anymore. We're in the 11th hour here, Matt. This was fine in the 90s when there was still time. It's like, we are up against it here. We don't have time to have these discussions anymore. It's time to just understand. There are people who like anime. It's fine if you think it's dumb. I got no issue with that. But you are not going to convince the new generations to agree that, censorship is bad if they're being repelled by the people making those arguments. We are literally having an argument in our society now about every single one of the amendments in our Bill of Rights. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom from unlawful search and seizure, the Second Amendment, the right to self-defense, as I call it. You go down the list. Ask me if there's one single one of those that the left is not actively arguing against, and they're winning in the minds of young people. If we want to save the culture of liberty, freedom of expression, freedom of speech, which is actually a culture of inclusion, then we don't have time for this shit. This is why this pisses me off. So 1211 says, Amen, Berserk, which, by the way, no child should be reading Berserk. That is his violence. I'll be honest with you. Even I am I shouldn't be reading this. But Guts is so good. I just love Guts so much. Fuman Blue says, for real at Star Fury. Yeah, so that is I'm not even here's my thing. There is one conservative commentator that I could always listen to all the time, even when I couldn't stand any other news or commentary on politics at all. There was one commentator I would always listen to that I always enjoyed and always loved and never got tired of and would still listen to today. And that is the great Rush Limbaugh. But he has sadly passed away. But that is because even when Rush Limbaugh was having a boomer take on something, he was still funny and entertaining and likable. And he didn't have this sort of finger wagging style that, the Matt Walsh and the Ben Shapiros of the world and seem to have. And so they wear on me. They wear me down. I'm like, you know what? I can't listen to this crap anymore. I'm tired of hearing it. And so I go listen to YouTubers because YouTubers lately are much more fun. So, but I will say this for Rush Limbaugh. I don't think he would have ever had this take. I actually can't recall. I listened to a lot of them. I can't recall what his take on video games were, but I never remember him having this attitude about it. Was more, I think he would have said something closer to, yeah, I don't get it. It's not my thing. But whatever. He would have only had an issue with it if the left was specifically pushing something related to it. He probably would have had something to say about it. But he was actually very techie. He loved iPhones and Apple technology. And so he did not have he was very anti-boomer. Anyway, not to make this a stream about Rush Limbaugh, but my point is Matt is just no fun sometimes. And it wears on me. So I don't listen to him too much. I prefer Friday Night Tights. What else do we have in the stack of stuff? Should we do Mandalorian or Grace Randolph on Mario? You know what? Let's do Grace Randolph. I want to see what Grace Randolph has to say about the Super Mario movie. As you know, if you've been watching the Captain's Cast, my dear sailors and star nuts, by the way, smash that like button, hit subscribe. There's also a link to my locals page in the description. It's free to follow and message your dear captain directly. You can leave rank at the door. Just message me directly. Let me know what you think. Send me any memes you want me to cover. But yes, I am not the greatest fan of the Super Mario Brothers movie as me as a moviegoer watching a movie. I'll tell you what. Here's what I'll tell you. I am going to buy a Nintendo Switch because of that movie. It was fun. It was so much fun to watch. Just like the animation and the recreation of Nintendo lore, that part of it was so much fun. And this is weird because it was like, I wasn't even like thinking about it. I just walked out of the theater and I'm like, I want to play all the Mario games. It was the weirdest thing. I'm like, I want to play every Mario game ever, starting with the first one. I want to play Mario 1. I want to play Super Mario Brothers. I want to play Mario Galaxy. I want to play Super Smash Brothers. So I'm going to buy a Nintendo Switch. So that movie has something going for it, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but there is something magical about that Super Mario Brothers movie. But as a story, it's thin. As a story, it's not great. But I admire it a lot. I really admire that movie because it's not woke at all. So that's number one. Number two, it's just fun. It's just fun. It knows what it is. It's a crowd pleaser. And I really admire how the fidelity to Nintendo's lore. I think that was something so great about that movie. Like, I was just complaining earlier in the stream about how I hate how superhero movies, they take the mask off all the time. Super Mario Brothers, it's like you never get the sense in that movie that they're ashamed of their lore, ever. That Mario looks like Mario. Peach looks like Peach. Rainbow Road is Rainbow frickin' Road. And Nintendo does not care what anyone thinks about it. Like, if you think turtles with wings is nonsense, well, you're going to see turtles with wings. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. That's basically the attitude of this movie, and I'm here for it. It just could have been better. You know, I'm in a weird position with a lot of movies lately. It's like Guardians, this movie, they could have been so much better, and they just didn't quite get there. But that being said, let's hear what our dear friend Grace Randolph has to say about this movie. Shall we? Let me pull up my browser here. What is the chat saying? If the chat votes for Mandalorian, Star Fury votes Grace Randolph. Star Fury says, you Americans. Oh, so we have some clue to Star Fury. Are you perhaps across the pond, sir? You Americans have no idea how lucky you are that you have a constitution that spells out your freedoms and you need to protect it. You know, believe me, I've heard that before, and you're right. We as a society do not know how lucky we are. That First Amendment, by far, more than any other freedom that is spelled out in that document, that First Amendment, the freedom of speech, is one of the most precious codified rights in all of human history. And I'm not even slightly exaggerating. That is exactly how I feel. We are so lucky to have that right codified because it is the foundation of all other human freedom, period. If you don't have freedom of speech, forget about any other rights you're going to have. You'll have none of them. None of them. Because the ability to speak and to think and to challenge authority is the only way that you can have consent of the governed. It's the only way. So I'm sorry. Hate speech is bullshit. There's no such thing. I am categorically opposed to every single argument about, well, if it's unkind, if it's unfair, if it's offensive, if it hurts people. Too bad. It's necessary. Even people I despise, like the KKK, it's like they're despicable, they're evil, they're horrible. But if they say something and it's not a direct incitement to violence, they have the right to say it. And they have to have the right to say it because we have to know they're saying it. And we have to have the ability to challenge them when they're saying it. Or else, you know, that's just it. That's just all there is to it. So no, I have no illusions that we are so lucky to have those freedoms. And so it does not help when idiots on the right who, you know, it's like, here we are. The woke are hanging themselves right now. That's what's happening. They are so vicious and so nasty all the time. And they're so evil to so many people that they're pissing off people who would normally agree with them. And what's happening is the right is taking credit for that. The right, people like Matt Walsh are going out there, and I'm not saying they haven't contributed to the discussion. They certainly have. And some of what Matt Walsh does is extremely valuable. But they are taking credit for the fact that evil is kind of undoing itself with the woke because they're so nasty that they're repelling people that really should be agreeing with them based on camera problems. Let the camera catch up. Mario was pleasantly inoffensive, Star Fury says. Yes. Fu Man Blue says, I do cherish every day. Agreed. 1211 says, yep, that's how I felt. The Mario movie felt fun and it was quick. One scene to the next and the next and the next. Not greatest depth. It was good and not a disappointment. Star Fury says, a great stepping stone to Zelda, which can be more in depth. I hope, I really, if they do Zelda the way they did Mario, I'll pretty much be out on Nintendo because they've got to tell a hero's story. They have got to do a hero's journey. If they do not nail Link's hero's journey with depth, right? It doesn't have to be Shakespeare, but there's got to be some depth. If there's not, I kind of hope they'll do something else before they do Zelda. I kind of hope they'll do something like Star Fox before they do. Zelda and Metroid are the two that I'm most worried about. Like, do Kirby, do Star Fox first. Get this formula to really work. Then do Zelda. Then do Metroid. Because Metroid, I kind of wish they just get Ridley Scott's not what he used to be. But if it were Ridley Scott of like the original Alien film, if they could get him to do the Metroid movie in live action, oh, that'd be so good. I would be so excited for that. Just imagine how good that movie could be. A lone, very hot bounty hunter named Samus Aran. She is, suiting up in her armor, and she's going down into the depths of this planet alone, no backup, just her and her gun, and all these aliens and these creepy space pirates and creatures everywhere, and a mystery to unravel, and a mother brain to fight, and every layer of the planet just gets darker and more alien and more bizarre as she goes. Oh, that'd be great. It would be a classic Heart of Darkness story. So I'm a little bit hoping they don't do Metroid for that reason, because Metroid is too good for... It's such a good story. Metroid has so much potential in that. But the rest of them, go for it. 1211 says, I was just thinking that today, Star Fury. Nintendo has a gold mine of movies up their sleeves. They sure do. Star Fury says, Star Fox, a great sci-fi movie, the Star Wars we need. It could be. It could be super. There's no better time for Star Fox. Absolutely. Silverback says, cough, ahem. Well, actually, there are very few rules for the Captain's Cast chat. Don't spam the chat, and do not begin a sentence with, well, actually. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care. Well, actually, Luigi being the one in distress instead of the princess is a little woke. Kind of, yeah. It wasn't great, but it actually could have worked well if they had given more depth to... Because actually what could have worked well is if they had played it as a budding romance arc between Mario and the princess. And if they had just built the whole film around those two, I actually think it would have been really good. And I would have been okay with her not being the damsel in distress if they had just done it that way. But the problem is the movie is so ADHD. It can never rest long enough for those characters to actually have a meaningful friendship start to form that can then build into a romance. Okay, so let's see what Grace Brandoff has to say here.
So, wow! I'm kind of shocked at how bad this movie is. Universal knows, though. Universal knows.
I can't believe she talks this way. Can you hear it, everyone in the chat? I want to make sure you can hear it. So,
and they have to race.
Shoot.
That I like.
Sorry.
That went
operator error. That was my fault.
So wow! I'm kind of shocked at how bad this movie is. Universal knows, though. Universal knows, which is why the embargo is lifting mere hours before the movie premieres. I don't think this is going to make $1 billion. I think it might still have a big opening weekend. I don't even know if it's going to make it to Friday. I think word of mouth world that destroys stuff that it touches. So let me walk you through this, right? Because I know a lot of you aren't going to believe me, but I think you're going to be seeing a lot of bad reviews drop right now. And yeah, it's unfortunately true. Now, as I've mentioned before when discussing this movie, I don't play Nintendo games, right? Like I know who the characters are, well, like the big ones, but I'm certainly not a Nintendo fan. But just like I say movies shouldn't require homework, this should be accessible to a non-Nintendo fan, especially if it wants to make $1 billion. But I do love Illumination movies. I watch The Grinch every year. I love Illumination films. I think they're fantastic. And the trailers for this have been very bright and fun. Plus, I've been really getting into Universal Studios Super.
All right, I'm going to skip to, there's helpfully some subjects here. So let's see, what should we, torture? I want to see what this one is.
It's this bad. I haven't had this hard a time watching a movie since DC Super Pets. I would describe both of these movies as torture to sit through. Whew. And I like comic books. I like mythology. I get into stuff. I'm open to getting into new fandoms. So the fact that I was like, make it stop, was pretty bad. Although I wanted to walk out of DC Super Pets, as I told you. And the only reason I stayed was because, again, I'm reviewing it. I'd love to be able to say, hey, it gets really good. Narrator, it does not. And also, the visuals here were pretty good. And I really like Anya Taylor-Joy's Princess Peach and Seth Rogen's Donkey Kong.
Fair enough.
So, and it's a shame because Jack Black does a fantastic job as Bowser. You can't even recognize that it's Jack Black's voice. Then Bowser sings and you're like, oh yeah, he's voiced by Jack Black. And you still can't tell that it's Jack Black. And I think that the talent is definitely here. It's really just the script. So Jack Black was fantastic. Also, in an effort to move away from speaking of disturbing, I would also classify this movie as a little offensive because instead of doing the Italian accents, ironically because they were worried about being offensive, instead they decided to give everyone a variation of a New York accent, which again I found kind of offensive. It's like everyone's either in Goodfellas or a Woody Allen movie. And not just in the New York scenes, by the way. Mario and Luigi live in New York City. But you're like, when you get to the Mushroom Kingdom...
So Mario and Luigi live in New York City, and they have New York accents. And I find that offensive. Okay?
Donkey Kong Land is the same way. And so you're just kind of like, why would you make that choice? Like, why do you think that's somehow not offensive and the Italian thing would be? It's just crazy. The movie also leans really heavily on classic hit songs, a little bit the way Guardians of the Galaxy has done.
Oh man, she totally just reminded me about another thing about Guardians of the Galaxy 3 that I did not like. For the first time, the soundtrack was driving me crazy in Guardians 3. I did not like it. It was like they were spamming it every scene. I felt like they were overusing it. It felt like an act of desperation. But I digress. I disagree with her on this point, though, because in Mario, the music is one of the best parts. If I think I understand what she's saying here.
And sometimes it gets your blood pumping. It's not a bad strategy. But here it's very poorly executed. Like everything, just when you're like, okay, now we're cooking, it peters out. And they're like, okay, we're done. And you're like, oh, you promised me a fun jam. Like when they start to make the Mario Karts and one of the Kongs is like puts on his shades and he's like, what do you want me to do for you? But he just says it with a nod and you're like, oh, that's pretty cool. And it seems like it's going to be awesome. The music starts, they turn up the volume, and then they're done. And I was like, I guess if you've ever built your own Mario Kart, you'd be like, oh, cool, it's just like the game. But as someone who has never built a Mario Kart, I still have not had the pleasure of the experience.
I still have not had the pleasure of the experience. I honestly don't know much about Grace Reno. I hear people talk about her all the time, and it's like it sounds like people don't like her. I don't know. I find her kind of likable. I don't really disagree. I mean, I don't really agree with her, but I find her kind of. But she's also so odd. I was really liking it.
But I did really like Anya Taylor-Joy. She is always a delight as an actress on screen.
She was, actually.
But it turns out she has a great voice for animation as well. And she's a great sport. Look what she wore to the premiere for the movie. A variation on Princess Peach's Mario Kart outfit. I thought that was great. I am a little tired, though, of girl power for the sake of girl power characters. Like, if you're not going to fully develop them, I just get frustrated because I know certain groups are going to complain.
You're complaining. See, why are you saying certain groups are going to complain? You're complaining about it. That's all we're complaining about. Like, what? Are you saying that you're only objecting to girl power because people will complain about it? Because if that's your argument, that's stupid. And you should just say, oh, no, I like girl power. Screw anyone who doesn't like it. So she seems to be acknowledging that there's a problem with overuse of, quote, girl power, while at the same time sort of implying that there's something wrong with certain groups who complain about too much girl power, which I find that very incongruent.
And, you know, you should have justification for things. It's like, if you're not going to do it right, don't do it. And again, she's all girl power.
Gee, it's almost as if that's the exact same argument that those certain groups you're talking about are saying. Like, this is what bugs me about, like, I don't know if she's woke, but I just know that she's closer to that side, I guess. This is what bugs me about they straw man all of these things all the time. They're saying, like, oh, you're toxic fans, you're toxic males, that's why you don't like it. And then we say, well, no, that's not why we don't like it. We love we love powerful women when it's done correctly and it makes sense in the story and it's not absurd and it's not played as propaganda. It's like, that's all she's saying, exactly what those certain groups are saying.
Power, but yet the movie is just about who she's going to date. She's a princess in name only. I didn't see her make any rules or control the kingdom or anything. You know, she just kind of went on a date with Mario, and Bowser was really jealous about it. And you're like,
what? That's not what happened. Like, she didn't watch this movie. She literally is she's at like a Game of Thrones style map on her table, planning the defense of her kingdom with the toads, and then she goes on the quest to go to Donkey Kong by herself. She's going to go to Donkey Kong on a diplomatic mission to get his help in an alliance against Bowser, and she only picks up Mario along the way. So she's completely wrong about this point.
is this really what this movie is about?
No.
Keegan-Michael Key's voice is also unrecognizable as Toad, which is a shame. I love Keegan-Michael Key. But Toad is adorable, and he serves as a good ad for his new restaurant at Universal Studios. In fact, I wish he'd done more cooking. I was like, oh, that's why he has a restaurant. That's great. That's awesome. What are you making? There was
what are you making?
Quick moment where I can't do a spoiler review for this movie because I still can't really tell you what happened in it. But there was like one distraction, and I felt like they didn't even do that right. I was like, tell them that there's good food back there, Mario. Why do you be like, hey, he's cooking up something back there.
He's cooking up something.
Clearly the move.
Clearly.
All right, so speaking of Mario, how's Chris Pratt? Everybody wants to know, how's Chris Pratt? Well, he's doing a thick New York accent, so he doesn't sound too much like Chris Pratt. I mean, occasionally you're like, there he is. And Chris Pratt, by the way, outside of the controversy...
I'm usually pretty good at understanding what I guess I could loosely define as my ideological opponents. I'm pretty good at understanding what they actually think and what they're actually saying they believe and why they're saying it. I honestly can barely understand what their issue with Chris Pratt is. And the best I can glean is that they don't like him because he won't come out and just admit he hates all Trump supporters and he agrees with everything that the woke want, etc., etc. So because he just won't say that, rather he just won't say anything political, that means he's a MAGA guy. They got to get rid of him.
Seems really forced. It's like screenwriter Matthew Fogel, who should never work again, he's done a couple of stuff for Illumination. That's about it. It's like he saw Frozen and decided to do the male version of Elsa and Anna, but none of the work to make it work. And since they insisted on putting Mario in the real world, so to speak, why do he and Luigi wear those funny outfits and gloves? I was like, you guys look ridiculous. I mean, none of it made sense. Nothing in the movie made sense, so it was hard for me to get into any of it. Speaking of Mario and Luigi, though, Charles Martinet, he had a nice cameo. He is the OG and current voice of Mario and Luigi in the games, and a lot of fans were disappointed he's not voicing them here. But even I was like, oh, that's Charles Martinet. That's awesome. And I think it was a very nice thing to do for him. He showed up, I think, twice. He showed up like twice. Very, very briefly, but it was cute. Even the action sequences aren't that exciting. There's like no suspense. It's just like, oh, hey, look, it's like the game. But you never really feel like you're running any of the gauntlets yourself. You still look like you're watching the game screen instead of being put into the action. That's the whole benefit of making it a movie. And then when could Mario turn into...
It's the whole benefit of making a movie. You know what? I actually kind of agree with her on this point, actually. I did feel like the action sequences, there were no stakes. That was the problem in the movie. There was no stakes because I knew this was just the next thing we have to watch. So I actually agree with her on that.
To a cat. I guess, like, if you're
no, this is the part we can't
that
miss.
Works. The benefit of making it a movie. And then, when could Mario turn into a cat? I guess, like, if you're into furries, that works. And maybe that'll play really well in Asian markets. I know they love cats over there, like, love cats. But I just felt it robbed Mario of a lot.
Who you saying loves cats? That sounds problematic to me.
Of his personal dignity. I was like, don't do that to Mario. Where's Mario's agent? There are also 2 end credit scenes, but they're not really noteworthy. One's comedic. The second one tries to set up a potential sequel. They're like, oh, if we make another one of these, this character's going to show up. Get excited. But that character kind of showed up earlier in the film in the background in a way, like at least a variation of them. I spotted him. And this end credit scene is so quick that it's hard to get super excited unless you're just so excited about that character. Just like the mere tease or mention or like blip of him is enough. So yeah, this is a mess. There's no story. Nothing is explained to newbies like myself.
All right, so that is Grace Randolph's take. I think we'll leave it there. Look, so this is the first time I've ever fully watched one of her reviews, and this is my impression of her. She's harmless. She's a blue pill. That's what she is. She's just a blue pill. She just believes all the things she hears in the media. If the woke say something is inclusive and good for society, she just believes it. Like the way she says, you know, despite all the controversy around Chris Pratt, it's like, see, that just tells me she's plugged into the Matrix. Like she just knows there's a controversy, and because there's a controversy, there must be a reason for the controversy. And it's like, you know, she's kind of, I don't know. I think she's kind of endearing, but I don't think I could listen to that voice for too long at a time. I feel like 15 minutes at a stretch would definitely be my limit of hearing that voice for the day. But it is also, there's a lot of character, so I could understand why she has a following. But why is Mario in a cat suit? Why is he in a cat suit? It's well, because he's in a cat. Because it's Mario. That's why. Just enjoy it. She was, you know, the action scenes were not. I think they were fun to watch, but I do actually kind of agree with her point because, like, it would have been cool if you had felt like you were Mario and you were like almost like the trench run in Star Wars, and you're like literally like a perspective, like a POV shot of him like hitting the question box and stuff like that. And if there had been some real stakes, and there says that Fu Man Blue, I really want Captain on F&T. He would hold his own and more. Oh, thank you, Star Fury. That's very kind. I got to tell you, that's kind of a terrifying prospect, to be quite honest. That would be something. I think I could give it a shot. One for the Gipper. One day, hit that like button. Share the stream. Tell your friends. Fu Man Blue says most of their guests don't say much at all. Yeah, I do not like that. When they have a guest that doesn't say anything, that really bothers me. On Friday Night Tights, that would be over on Nerdrotic, for those who don't know. It's every Friday. They just talk about all things movie, geek, nerd culture. It's fantastic. It's hilarious. It's uncensored. It's irreverent. Watch it if you don't watch it. And sometimes, you know, sometimes they have a really good guest and it's really awesome and it turns it into a barn burner. I think probably then they sometimes will have a guest that just takes over the whole show. And that's kind of also a negative. But the one guest that they have, hang on one second. Messaging during stream. what was I saying? Alex Jones. Alex Jones just totally took over that show. But in his case, I will allow it. Captain will allow it because that man is one of the most entertaining people I've ever heard speak. It's like hilarious. He could never beat El Rushbo, though. There will only ever be one El Rushbo. But El Rushbo versus Alex Jones, who would win? I know who my money's on. Anyhow, or they whip out, Fu Man Blue says, of the F&T guests, or they whip out their junk, LOL. I had a very, so what Fu Man Blue is referring to is a couple of months ago now, maybe, they invited Gavin McGinnis onto the stream, and he is I guess he's the founder of the Proud Boys. I didn't know much about him. I learned a lot about him that day, though, I'll tell you that much. And he basically hates nerd culture. He thinks he's like Matt Walsh. He thinks anime is stupid, video games are stupid, collecting toys is stupid, comic books are stupid, superheroes are stupid. He basically like give the nerds a wedgie. He's practically a stereotype. And he goes on the show, and it was so they could debate him. It was so and I appreciated that. And he was losing. He was losing the debate badly. And he was discovering that his stereotypical view of the people he was talking to was not accurate. And so he decided to rage quit. And how did he rage quit? By whipping out his junk. By whipping out his Johnson on the middle of the stream. And because the producer, Quarter Black Garrett, was not there at the time, he could not dump that part of the stream. And so it actually got out. But they did censor it later. But in the replay. And I have to say, I was pissed. I was pissed as hell. But I cooled off after a week, and then I realized, you know what? He's just a loser. And it's fine. I'm okay with him revealing himself, and not that part of himself. Him revealing his character, because he revealed it quite inauspiciously, I might say. Polo Surf says the Super Mario Brothers sucked. I respect the opinion. I definitely respect it. I don't go that far. I actually think I probably enjoyed Super Mario Brothers just a skosh more than I enjoyed Guardians. I wasn't going to walk out of Mario Brothers. I will say that. I wasn't ready to walk out of Mario Brothers. I would have 100% walked out of Guardians 3 within about an hour. I just couldn't take it. And that did not change. That feeling only got more intense all the way to the end. I even stayed for the mid-post credits thing, and I regretted that. It's like, I shouldn't have even stayed for that. But anyway. But yeah, Super Mario Brothers at least was faithful to the lore, and that I appreciated. I definitely did. Star Fury says, I am dying a little bit every second I listen to this woman. I probably just haven't heard enough. I just haven't heard some of her really cringe takes. Fu Man Blue says, hell, Az doesn't even say much anymore. He gets in there. I agreed. He was right on the same page with me on Guardians 3. I was like, thank you, Az. Thank you. You are exactly correct about this movie. He had no time for any of it. And I'm with him on that. Which, I gotta tell you, that shocks me. I'm dead serious. I am shocked by that. I did not expect it to be bad. I mean, I didn't know. I figured this is probably the last good Marvel movie we're gonna get, and I'm shocked to say that it was awful. It was, you know what? I said it in the title of this stream. It's another funeral dirge. That's what this movie is. And it was a funeral without a reason. That's the other problem with Guardians 3. It's like, this is why I didn't even watch Wakanda Forever, and I won't watch it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see a 2.5 hour, 3 hour funeral for Chadwick Boseman. That is not what I'm interested in. They should have recast the character, which would have honored the memory of Chadwick Boseman. Instead, they shit all over the memory of Chadwick Boseman by, on the one hand, making the whole movie a funeral to him and pretending that they weren't monetizing his memory, and on the other hand, killing the character that he so lovingly portrayed. So So what is it? So this is what's weird about the current Marvel Cinematic Universe. There is like, it's like they kind of know it's dead. And I think this is a subconscious thing, honestly. I think James Gunn subconsciously felt that this is a little bit of the end of the party. And so he and the rest of the creatives on this must have just infused the movie with this attitude, with this subtle feeling of like, well, it's over. And what are we doing now that it's over? And so there's this weird contrived, like, oh, the band is breaking up kind of ending. And it's like, oh, we've been through so much and it's time for us to go our separate ways. And I just couldn't help but sit there in the theater feeling like, no, it isn't. There's no reason for this. Like, let's have another Guardians adventure. There's no reason not to have another Guardians adventure at the end of this movie. The movie just decides that, the band's breaking up. Everybody's sad. Everybody's come to the end. This is the end of the road. Hello, darkness, my old friend. You would think it was a Zack Snyder movie. No shit. You would think this was a Zack Snyder movie. This was Zack Snyder Marvel is what this was. I don't care if James Gunn was helming it or not. Starfury says, let's not talk about the Tanuki suit. Yeah. Grace Randolph is not going to understand the Tanuki suit. You learned way too much that day. You now understand the 1,000-yard stare. Fu Man Blue says, laugh my ass off. I can still see that little pisser shooting me. I missed what that was about. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, on the BBC. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's Gavin McGinnis. Okay, yeah, I caught up. Yeah, on the BBC, he has way more chance to say. Talk about as. Gary won't let anyone finish a thought lately, so he's probably given up. I don't know. You know what I think it is? It is a show where you have to interrupt. And I actually think that is the hardest part of being a guest on that show. You have to be okay with interrupting and you literally have to talk over people to get a word in at some point. And they all kind of understand that. And I think that's why some people just, there's a lot of guests that people are always clamoring for. And they're like, Gary, why don't you get so-and-so? Why don't you get so-and-so? And he's kind of answered this several times saying like, not everybody can hang. And that's kind of part of it is I think some people like Carrie Smith, for example, she does pretty good on the show, but I think it's hard for someone like her because she's so nice. She's such a sweet person that it's hard to, I would struggle with it. I have learned the skill of interrupting people, but it took effort because I'm not the kind of guy I don't like to interrupt people. I would prefer an environment where you guys saw my interview with Matt the Alchemist on the last stream. And I think that went pretty well because he would kind of jump in and then I give him the floor and then he'd give me the floor. And I feel like that's the way to do it. That's how I'd prefer to do things. That's how I prefer to, I don't like it when people are interrupting and not letting someone finish their point, unless it's like, except on like Ripa's stream when he's debating a hater. I love it when he turns down the mic. I think and they're just yipping. Just yip. And he just, no. And he turns down the mic and then he just finishes his point. And I get annoyed when he turns it back up because like, no, Ripa, don't turn it up. Let it just go. So anyway, yeah, that's how I prefer to do it, but that's not how you do it on that show. So, yeah, laugh my ass off, Hello Darkness. Yeah, it's like, Hello Darkness, my old friend. This is Guardians of the Galaxy again. Star-Lord was softly dreaming. It's like, ugh, please. I love Watchmen, by the way. I love Zack Snyder's Watchmen. But that tone is appropriate for that world. And that is why I like that film. So, and I've read the comic of the Watchmen as well. And the comic is phenomenal. So, Fu Man Blue says, yeah, it's a mosh pit on F&T when it's at its best. Totally agree. And there's been some good rows on there lately. I enjoyed the debate about Guardians, actually. The debate about Guardians is really good because a lot of, he got a lot of words in on Guardians. He's like, I got no time for that movie. Janie Mack is in the chat. Welcome, Janie. She says, don't turn down my mic. I would never do that to you, Janie. You're increasing my female viewership audience, so I appreciate that. Fu Man Blue says, I enjoyed that with Matt. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad we put on a good show for you, sir. Actually, that was fun. I had no idea what his opinion of Picard season 3. I didn't know what his opinion was on that yet, and so it was a total surprise to me when he's like, "Oh, it's a 5." I'm like, "Oh, because when we last talked, he kind of liked it, so I assumed he was going to like it." So that was actually fun. I kind of enjoyed debating the finer points. My only regret about that stream, though, is because we were kind of debating all the things wrong with it. I actually didn't get to talk much about what was great about season 3. So probably we need to talk some Picard soon. Because there were a lot of plot problems with it, but in the final summation, it hit all the right notes with the characters, and it was a good final send-off. So, all right. Well, what else do we have in the stack of stuff? I got more for you. Do you know what I just watched before this stream for a second time? I watched the finale to The Mandalorian season 3. So why do I do this to myself? Why? Why do I do it? Shall we watch a clip from The Mandalorian season 3? I want to share, my dear sailors and star knots. By the way, smash that melee, like and subscribe. Look at me. I'm going full shill today. I don't care. Oh wait, no. We can't do this one yet. No, we can't do that one yet. We got to start with this one. Oh, wait, is this? No. By the way, spoiler alert for Mandalorian. Okay, hang on. Actually, I think I have a better clip to show you first. I guess not. All right, well, Curiosity Journey, live on stream. Here we go. I'm going to show you this clip later. Okay, what we need is Moff Gideon versus we need Moff Gideon versus Din Djarin, because you've got to see how this fight starts. Okay, I think this is pretty much it. There's some weird stuff in this video, but this'll do. This will do.
Smother them before they could draw their...
No. We got to get all the way to the beginning. Okay, so here's the setup for this. So, Din Djarin is going through Moff Gideon's evil lair, and he discovers Moff Gideon's evil plan is that he's going to clone himself. All of it, he's basically made all these clones of himself, this is one of the weirdest things I've seen in Disney Star Wars. Something about a bunch of naked clones of Giancarlo Esposito in a bunch of green tanks. There is something about that is so not intimidating. I can't even begin to tell you. I can't even begin to tell you how not concerning that is to me. As I'm in terms of a villain story, I'm like, what? Like, what is he doing? Like, he's cloning himself? He's not even scary. So, like, how am I supposed to be afraid of, like, 20 of them? It's just going to be more comedy is all that's going to be. So, let me make sure. Do I have this display? Okay, good. All right, here we go. So all of his clone tanks were smashed by Din Djarin. So that's what he's on about here.
Smother them before they could draw their first breath.
Oh, no! I don't know why this is in here.
Execute Order 60.
So we got the Emperor's guards, Snoke's guards.
No.
Yeah, I really love how they're in the middle of just kicking his ass. These red Praetorians or whatever, and they're just kicking his ass. And as soon as they see Baby Yoda, they just fuck off to go like chase him for no reason at all. Like, oh, okay, I guess we've got this guy on the ropes, but now all of us together will go chase the youngling over there, the foundling. This is so dramatic. Yes. No, sorry. No, it's not as good as the prequels. Nice try. I mean, like, he literally makes a sound like as he's jump. They're like, it's like, okay, you know what this is like? It's like there's a rat in an old lady's kitchen and she's got a broom. She's like, no, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. You little, what are you doing? And I'm like, how am I supposed to take this shit seriously? How am I supposed to find this entertaining? Just one more time, because this is incredible. Like, if I don't know why this YouTuber, Hat Tip Legendary TV, whoever that is, I don't know why they're intercutting dramatic scenes from Revenge of the Sith here, which are far better than this crap, but they are. Look at this! Get out of my kitchen! This is what we're reduced to now. He just has to make a baby sound at every key dramatic moment, even when it's not applicable. That's not even the right baby sound for that. He shouldn't be saying, that's not what you say when you're about to be killed. It's more like wouldn't it be more like a cry? It doesn't even make sense. Fire doesn't apparently do anything. Did you know Beskar blocks fire now?
I've got this. Go see
Of course you do! Because guess who's never got this? Din fucking Djarin. He's never got this. Pedro Pascal never has this. That's basically his story in every show he's a part of now. By the way, if you want to know what Last of Us is like, it's just like this moment. It's like, oh, don't worry, you can go screw off. Ellie's got this. Don't worry. Oh, jeez. Why are you... I would play more of that, but honestly, you know, the actual fighting is misleading if I'm just playing that, because that looks reasonably cool when there's actually some fighting. The problem is, it's the talking in between that where it all breaks down, and if I had a clip of that, I would show you. You know, this part of what frustrates me about this show is that there's actually some moments, like that moment when Din Djarin is fighting all the Red Guards there, and Baby Yoda is sort of force pushing them away and just subtly helping him in little ways to win, was actually pretty badass. And there was a lot of potential there. It's like that could have been a really awesome moment. But the show has just done nothing to earn it. It's done nothing to earn any of these. You can tell that the show thinks this is such a dramatic payoff. And it's like, no, you have not earned this at all. So let's take a look. Okay, yeah. So let's see how this all ends, right? We have the Mandalorian Star Cruisers going down. A Star Destroyer. Yay! It's so beautiful. Oh my god! Oh my god, it's so good! It's so beautiful! Folks, how could you not love this show? That's so beautiful. He saved their lives. a Star Destroyer the size of a freaking skyscraper, and all it does is just fart out like this fireball. That's all it does. And he's like, oh, don't worry, folks, it's a little fire. I got this. Just call me a Baby Yoda. I'm the fireman. And it's like, how about like a thermonuclear explosion is what that would be. It's like, you know what I like about Star Trek? When a ship blows up in Star Trek, it's like a warp core breach, and it's like it will destroy another ship with its shields full if it's too close. Like, that's how it works in Star Trek. But in Star Wars, apparently, you can sink an entire Star Destroyer right next to the characters, and you can just, don't worry, it's just a little gust of fire. It's, it'll maybe singe you. It's no problem. You can survive it. Just walk it off. What else we got on this one? I have a couple more clips pulled up here, but I forget what this one was. This is Moff Gideon's. Yeah, I think I already showed that to you. Yeah, that one's good. Get rid of that one. Now, this is how it should have ended. Are you ready for this? This is Hat Tip Captain Pop-Tarts. Fellow captain in the service. Salute to you, sir. Permission to come aboard? I'll assume it's granted.
Yes, 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 yes,
Oh, that's brilliant. That is freaking hilarious. Oh, come on. You gotta love that. Okay. Last thing on this subject. Let's hear. So you all know that I am not a fan of Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan, the leader of the Mandalorians. She saw the mythosaur. The mythosaur. No one has ever seen the mythosaur. So here is this brilliant, beautiful, incredible actress who, frankly, stole the show in Battlestar Galactica in a cast of people that stole the show. And what do they have her do? Just like Giancarlo, right? Played Gus Fring in Breaking Bad, one of the greatest TV series of all time, one of the greatest movie show characters of all time. And they have him playing this absurd, ridiculous villain that has nothing to offer. So let's just hear what Katie Sackhoff, horribly underutilized, had to say in her defense.
I don't know, like 70% are like super, super excited about Bo. You got 10% that are like, I hated the whole thing. You got 5% that you just hate Bo. And then you got 2% that want me to sit on their face.
Only two? Only two? Yeah.
I don't know, like...
Exactly. No, her numbers are way off there. It's way higher than 2. It's way, way higher than 2%. So, yeah, no, what a class act. You could just tell she's someone that is cool in real life because, any one of these other snotty actors would just be like, oh, toxic fans, I just tune them out. I just understand, they're probably a bunch of Brexit MAGA people. So I just understand they're probably in their mother's basement. It's like, I love how she's keeping it real. She's like, oh, some people like her, some people hate her, and some people just want me to sit on their face. It's like, well, you know your audience, madam. You know your audience. But also, it's like, look, I hate Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan is a dumbass character. She's not even a dumb character. She's just not a character. She just doesn't have a character. But I love the magnificent, the beautiful, the refined, and the classy Katie Sackhoff. She could never do wrong in my book. So whatever failures that character had in that show were not on her, not her fault. I can absolutely assure you of that. So yeah, Mandalorian is wow. I can't even tell you how utterly underwhelmed I am by the talents of Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau. Two creatives, by the way, I used to highly respect. I really respected what Dave Filoni did with the Clone Wars because I got to tell you, I wasn't the biggest. I thought Attack of the Clones was one of the most bizarre, weirdly plotted movies I've ever seen. To this day, I still can barely explain to you the Sifo-Dyas thing. I just can't explain it. It was so complicated and convoluted. And it's amazing to me how Attack of the Clones, or not Attack of the Clones, but the Clone Wars, they sort of connected the tissue between Attack of the Clones and the Revenge of the Sith in a way that made Anakin heroic and nuanced and interesting as a character. They actually rehabilitated the Anakin character in that show. And then you have Star Wars Rebels, which was much more of a children's cartoon, but it did have moments also that were pretty well done. And there was often a fidelity to the lore that I actually, I hated Ahsoka in the beginning, but by the end of that series, I really liked her as a character because she grew, she matured, she sort of earned her stripes. There's a lot to be said for any character just going on the right journey. So, and then you have Jon Favreau, the man who directed Iron Man. Probably my favorite. I would say it's a tie between Batman Begins and Iron Man for like my favorite. Well, I don't know. I'd have to say Spider-Man 2, actually, probably. So it's a tie between Spider-Man 2, Iron Man 1, and Batman Begins for my favorite all-time superhero movies. And this is what this is what these two cook up. And what's weird about it is, like, my theory, of course, as you know, is that this was work from home storytelling. This was I'm going to use ChatGPT to email my boss a script so that I can go back to watching Tiger King or whatever it is. Whatever the kids these days are watching. And what's weird is that these guys are oddly taking credit for all of their work on this season. They're going out there in the media and they're saying, oh yeah, this was us and we're really excited about season 4 and we're hard at work on it. I'm like, well, fine. I will give you the credit then. I will give you the credit for writing absolute trash. I mean, nothing happens in season 3 of The Mandalorian. They do nothing for 6 episodes. They have bizarre flashbacks that don't add anything to the story. They tell the backstory of how Baby Yoda escaped from the Jedi Temple. Do you want to know how he escaped from the Jedi Temple? Well, the Jedi Temple was being attacked, and Baby Yoda was with a bunch of younglings that were about to be attacked by clone troopers, and a Jedi fought off the clone troopers, and he got him in a speeder, and he took him to a ship, and he escaped. Wow, what a great story. I can't believe I didn't know all those carefully plotted, nuanced details that were surprising and unique that I never could have imagined was how he escaped. Jeez, thank you for illuminating. The whole show is filled with crap like that. And so this brings me to another interesting point, my dear sailors and starnauts, which is this. Have you noticed a weird trend in writing lately in like Disney Star Wars and in Marvel Cinematic Universe shows and just stuff like that, where they do these... The Last of Us did this. The Last of Us did this with 2 full episodes. A total departure from the main storyline, a total departure from the main characters to either a flashback or a supporting character's story, which is like has nothing to do with what we've been watching. We just take a 100% detour. It's like, oh, the road's under construction here. We're just going to go on a total detour to this totally irrelevant story, and we're just going to, and I'll give you examples of this. In The Last of Us, it was the episode 3, Bill and Frank's big gay adventure. And then Ellie and What's-Her-Face's big lesbian adventure were the 2 major ones there. Then you had in Mandalorian season 3, you have Baby Yoda's escape from the temple. You have the 2, not 1, but 2 episodes focusing on boring, forgettable, supporting characters in the X-Empire, just on Coruscant, screwing around, a bunch of political intrigue that's not that intriguing. And they want us to be invested in these characters. Oh, the Imperial remnants are busy at work in their cubicle, and things are not going well for them. It's like, oh, wow, what a great story. Then we have, let's see, Boba Fett. We have 2 full episodes of the Boba Fett show are just for no reason whatsoever taken over by Din Djarin training with the Darksaber, and then we have Luke Skywalker in a scene training Baby Yoda in which he decides to stop training Baby Yoda, and Baby Yoda decides to be a Mandalorian. And it's like, what is with these writers just forgetting that they have a story to tell here? And it's like they just screw off and they just go tell some story that has no relevance or bearing to the rest of the season. And it's weird. It's just weird. And so this brings me to an interesting experience I had the other night. I started watching The Crown again. This is a show that I kind of have an on and off relationship with this show. I kind of enjoy it, but sometimes it kind of bores me and also oddly depresses me in weird ways. But so if you don't know, The Crown is a highly fictionalized story of like Queen Elizabeth's reign, basically from beginning to end. It basically starts with her as a young woman in season 1, becoming the Queen of England, and it just goes through the years. And there's all kinds of historical figures that show up. Winston Churchill shows up. John F. Kennedy shows up. And it's really fascinating a lot of the time. And I cross-checked the history on a lot of the episodes, and it definitely takes liberties. It is, and Margaret Thatcher comes into it, played by Gillian Anderson of X-Files fame, and she's incredible. She's an absolute tour de force. Unfortunately, they do a total woke smear job on her in the show. Of course they do, because they hate Thatcher. They hate people of moral character. So, yes, they totally smear Margaret Thatcher in the show at the end. But for like several episodes, she's portrayed in a pretty reasonable, fair light, I think. But in the last episode, they totally swerve into a total smear job that she's a part of. Now they've brought in Princess Diana, and I have got to say, the actresses that come in, because they change as they get older, the actresses that play Princess Diana are incredible. It's creepy. They look so good, and they're just like her. And it's fascinating. It's fascinating to see all this history, in a very fictionalized way, unfold. So I highly recommend The Crown if you're historical and you're curious about the English monarchy. I never understood the English monarchy. I'm an anti-monarchist. I'm an American. I believe we do not need a monarchy. Kings and aristocrats should be relegated to the ash heap of history. So to me, I don't understand the idea of having a figurehead monarchy. However, this show has kind of given me insight into why it's generally speaking, so important to British culture. And it's actually kind of interesting. I am persuaded that there is, if not a political role, there is a somewhat cultural justification for having a monarchy. So anyway. So I watched the show. I kind of enjoy it. Well, I believe it's season 5 we're currently on. And they have this episode. It's called Moo Moo. Sounds a little weird. But the episode begins in the year 1946. Now, granted, the present-day timeline in the show is currently the 90s. And, because it's Princess Diana's era and Prince Charles and everything having their arguments. And there's a lot of other characters in the show. It's not just about them. It kind of rotates. It kind of rotates between characters every episode. And we have spoilers for The Crown, by the way, but it's not big spoilers. They have this episode that starts out in 1946 in Egypt. And I'm thinking, what is this about? Like, there's always kind of a reason that they diverge to another place and time. And there is this young Egyptian man who is arguing with his father because his father hates the British. He thinks the British are evil colonizers and they're to be detested, they're to be hated. And he should never, and he's kind of this young entrepreneurial kid, he sells fruit or something on the street. And so he's always kind of schmoozing with the British and he kind of likes British culture. And so his father is chastising him. He's telling him, you shouldn't love British culture. You should hate them. And he kind of rebukes his father. He kind of comes back at him and he says, well, he doesn't say it directly to his father. He kind of says it to his brothers later when his father's not listening. And he basically says, the problem with father is he doesn't understand, because his father's critique is that the British run around acting like they're gods. They act like they're superior to everyone. They're arrogant. They act like they're gods of everything. And they suck. And I hate them. And so, the name of the kid is Fayed, Mohammed Fayed. And so Fayed is telling his brothers that he thinks this is a stupid way of looking at it. He says, if the British are gods, and if they run around acting like gods, and if they are arrogant, it's because they've earned it. It's because they are. It's because they have conquered the world. And maybe if we want to actually have an equal participation in the world, we should learn how they did it and replicate it and do it ourselves. And actually stop, and rather than just sitting around belly aching like an old man or Matt Walsh, and actually, I'm just kidding, and actually do something about it. And so he says, I'm going to be just like them. I'm going to learn everything they know about politics and power and everything else. Meanwhile, there is another, in the exact same time period, there is another character, which is, what is the name? He was the king that abdicated, Prince Edward, I think, who had been the king, but he fell in love with another woman, and because that was not permitted in the Church of England to like divorce because of adultery. I'm probably mangling some of the history here, so forgive me. But essentially, he abdicated the throne so he could be with his lover, who he married. And so this character's been out of the show for a while because he's dead at this point in the story. So this is kind of odd that they're taking it. Stick with me on this, okay? I have a point here. And so they go back in time to tell the story of Prince Edward. Prince Edward has a valet. His valet is a young black man, which is going to be relevant in a moment, who is doing a really good job as a valet. And the valet is kind of like a personal butler. He dresses you. He gets, turns down the bed, lays out all your clothes in the morning, polishes the shoes. He just does everything, brings you tea. He just does everything that the royalty requires, right? And that's his job. And Prince Edward's like, yeah, he's really good at this. He's like, I'm thinking of offering him a job, a permanent job. And so there's this little scene where he asks his wife, and she's like, yeah, bring him on full time. So he goes to the guy, he's like, hey, would you like to be my valet for life? And he says, yes, absolutely, Your Highness. Now, what does all this have to do with the main story? Well, it's not immediately apparent, right? Because then we go forward in time. Fayed has grown up. He's had a son. He's built a business. And now he's buying a hotel, the Ritz Hotel in Paris. Why? Because he's a man of ambition. He's building an empire. And he's teaching his son how to build an empire alongside him. And his son is named Dodi. Okay? If you know history, you will already know who these people are. But if you don't know history, don't look it up because there's a payoff coming. So Mohammed and his son Dodi are in Paris, and they negotiate this deal with the French to buy this hotel, and they rehabilitate it, and it's sort of opening night, and they're having this grand ball. And Mohammed Fayed notices there is a black man who is in the crowd, and he's one of the servers who's serving hors d'oeuvres to the crowd. And he's like, and he pulls his son over, and he says, hey, who's that guy over there? And his son says, I don't know. He's like, look, I'm trying. And remember, this is a different time. He's like, look, I'm trying to rehabilitate this hotel. I can't have people like that, ruining things. Get rid of them. Which is horrible. It's horrible. I was like, oh, that's awful. And so literally Dodi has to go. He has the ignoble job of going up to this guy who's doing a great job and basically tell him, hey, because you're black, we need you to leave. Right? And so he tells him, get out of here. And the guy leaves. And Dodi comes back to his father, and his father's making eyes at a woman there, and he's like really into it. And he's like, yeah, did you get rid of him? And Dodi, his son, says, yeah, I got rid of him. By the way, you might want to know he's a pretty interesting guy. Turns out he was the valet for Prince Edward, like for his entire exile. And he was the personal valet of the former King of England. Just thought you want to know. And he walks away. And it's brilliant because he just totally leaves that on his dad. And his dad is like, I done fucked up. Well, he goes and he finds the valet. And he says, you know what? I hear. He's like, yeah, come on in. Brings him into his office. He's like, sorry for firing you. Hey, I hear that you were the valet of Prince Edward. Is that true? And he says, yes, I was his valet for years. And he's like, how does a guy like, forgive me for saying, like you, become the valet to the former King of England? And he says, well, because I did a really good job. And also because he taught me everything that a valet needs to know. And he taught me everything about British power and royalty and how it works. And of course, Fayed, this is what he's wanted his whole life, is to emulate British power. And so he says, will you teach me? And he hires the guy to teach him everything that the former king had taught him. And so there's this whole sequence. By the way, this whole episode is pretty fascinating, I have to say, and I'm probably going on too long. But all I'm saying is there's this amazing sequence where the valet is being taught, or the valet is teaching Fayed everything about how to get close and insinuate himself into British power. It's very Game of Thrones, to be honest. And eventually, there's this whole thing where Fayed is making a play to meet the Queen of England, but she keeps brushing him off. And he spends limitless fortunes of money that he's earned over his life just to buy things the Queen is interested in so that he can get close to her. But she keeps sending intermediaries to like put him off because she doesn't want to meet with him. And so finally, there's this moment where towards the end of the episode, Fayed has finally secured a spot as the sponsor of a horse race. And because he's the sponsor of the race, one of the deals is he gets to sit next to the Queen. And so he's finally going to meet Queen Elizabeth. He's finally achieved it. It's been something he's been working on his whole life. And the Queen is just having kind of a day where she doesn't want to sit there. And she notices he's sitting there. She's on her way to the bleachers. And she turns to her valet. And she's like, oh, do I have to meet with him? And she's like, can I leave this with you? And he's like, yeah, sure. I'll take care of it. I'll figure this out. And she's like, okay, cool. Cause she's basically like, I'm going to go sit with over here. Will you just smooth this over? Cause I don't want to sit with that guy today. I just have other things to do. And so she goes and she brushes him off again. And so it does this shot of basically Fayed, and he's got his binoculars. He's watching the horse race. He has no idea that the Queen is about to slight him again. Well, who should sit down next to him but Princess Diana? So Princess Diana sits next to him, and of course she's immediately charming. And of course it turns out his nickname is Moo, which is hence the title of the episode. She's, oh, call me Moo. And she's like, oh, call me Diana. And he's like, what? Why is it? And so they start joking with each other, and it turns out Diana, who's also on the outs with the royal family, kind of connects with him, and they have this great friendship. And then Dodi, his son, walks over, and he's like, oh, hey, oh, why, Your Royal Highness, it's so nice to meet you. And Diana starts making eyes at Dodi, and she's like, well, he's very handsome, and there's this like dynamic forming of like, she's friends with his dad and she's clearly attracted to him, and there's this spark, and then they walk away, and that's kind of the end of the episode. And it's like, and that's pretty much where it's left. And then Queen Elizabeth is sitting there watching from afar, and she's like, oh, well, that worked out quite nicely. And that's the end of the episode. And I'm thinking, now, this episode is a total departure from everything that's been happening in the show. And it's a total departure from what I was interested in, which is, some of the different plot lines that are interesting to me. And yet I was riveted the whole time. And I found myself at the end of the episode thinking, so that whole thing I just watched was to establish that one moment at the end where Diana winds up forming an unlikely friendship with this billionaire who has spent his whole life trying to get close to British power. And because Queen Elizabeth, for just that one occasion, did not have time to meet with him and brushed him off, she inadvertently hands this guy this gift, which is that he actually meets with the one royal that he could actually have a connection with, which is Princess Diana, because they're both outsiders. And that was super interesting. And I thought, now I know, because I know this show, I'm like, there is a reason for this. But because I didn't recognize these historical figures, I had no idea what the significance of this was. So I went and looked it up. Mohammed Fayed is a billionaire currently living he's worth about $1.9 billion, I believe. And his son, Dodi Fayed, was the man who Diana was having a love affair with on the night when she was killed in that car accident, and Dodi was killed with her in that car. And that is how Dodi came into her world. Now, is that an amazing piece of storytelling, or is that an amazing piece of storytelling? That is how you do a flashback. That is how you do a side story, which does not appear to be germane to anything else in the story, but is, of course, of incredible significance to the story. It's brilliant. And I'm like, see, it can be done. It can be done. It just has to be done by competent writers. It's like they told, and the story itself was interesting. The whole story of this guy having this desire to get close to royalty is this like butterfly effect. that just sets all these little events into motion that just so happens to bring Dodi into the life of Diana, who she then falls in love with, and then they wind up in a car, and they wind up in an accident, and they both get killed. It's this massive historical event in history, and it's like they told that story in a way that you could never have predicted where it was going exactly or what it was leading up to. But at the end, it was just this perfect conclusion that sets up what's going to happen. I presume, I haven't seen the whole season. I presume what's going to happen at the end of this season is Dodi and Diana, getting in that car is what's going to happen. And so that is the kind of talent that Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni and the writers of The Last of Us do not have, at least in this context. It's like they are not able, and you might disagree with me on the Bill and Frank episode. They kind of subtly introduced, I wouldn't agree that the Bill and Frank episode has had as much bearing on the plot as the Dodi Fayed episode, the Mumu Fayed episode of The Crown. So anyhow, I've probably bored the hell out of you, chat, and I'm sorry for that. So let me take a look at what you've sent. But I just find that interesting. And this is a channel that is concerned with historical fiction. I do love historical fiction, and The Crown is certainly that. So let's see what the chat has to say. Starfury says, good thing I didn't have force powers. Definitely Sith tendencies by the bucket load. Well, it would be hard to be a Jedi. All that ascetic life and everything. Dude, if a human being could crush something with their mind, it would be pandemonium out there. It's a good thing we don't have that ability. That's just all I'm saying. So, let's see. Star Fury says, we Brits don't think we are gods. It's simply God is British. No, I totally agree with that. See the Al Murray comedy routine. It is hilarious. Yeah, what's interesting about that episode of The Crown is that, you could almost call that a typical kind of like woke thematic element of like, it's all the evil colonizers. They think they're gods and this and that. And by the way, it's, the show does have the occasional woke thing in it, I will say, of The Crown, because, but they're sparing with it. They use it only when they really want to stick it to someone they don't like. Like the Margaret Thatcher thing, they basically imply that she tried a sort of fascist takeover of the British government because she didn't want to leave office. That's basically what they imply in the episode. And it's like, so they only pull out the wokeness when they really mean it, like when they really want it. Most of the time, the show's pretty fair in terms of how it does character work and everything. So I actually thought that was a really good story element. It's like, yeah, here's this Egyptian guy. He resents the British. He resents the empire. And he thinks of them as arrogant, colonizers. But his son has like a different attitude. He's like, well, maybe the reason they're colonizers is because they're good at things that we need to get good at. And I'm like, well, that's pretty interesting. That is like a Game of Thrones level like character motivation. I really responded to that. I was like, that is a super interesting character idea. It's like he's neither condoning nor condemning the British and how they do things. He's simply acknowledging they won for a reason. And he would be right. The sun never set on the British Empire until it did. But that was, hey, I tell you what, I'll tell you one thing. Say one thing for the British. They do not get nearly enough credit for winning World War II, because the reality is World War II for a very long time was one democracy against all against all of the guns of fascism. So the British Empire held on until, the rest of the world figured out that something had to be done. So don't forget, the Soviets were on the Nazis' side first before they were against them. They had a non-aggression pact, so they were no better in the grand scheme of things. But anyhow, the enemy of my enemy and all that. Starfury says, actually, I got that one. Booman Blue says, great premise. What is the story? Sounds interesting. I missed that part. I missed that one. I just typed in God is British into his channel search. Sweet, looking forward to it. Thanks, mate. Starfury. As a Brit, that didn't feel like a side story. Well, it only did to me because I didn't recognize the historical figures. Like when there's a kind of a quote-unquote side story, but it's about a historical figure I recognize, then I don't feel that. I'm like, when I'm like, oh, I know who this is. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. That time I was like, who's Fayed? And I was kind of thinking of like that great Egyptian president that was famous for like I forget his name, but it was like, anyway, I was thinking it might have been that historical figure, and it turned out he was something totally else different. But what I kind of liked the fact that I didn't know, because I felt there was importance. I felt there was something the story was getting at, and I was willing to go along with it. And I was pleasantly confirmed. Starfury says, "We are evil colonizers. I will have you know. That's why we make the best villains. You really do." A villain with a British accent is immediately more concerning. Dude, Chiwetel Ejiofor as the villain in Serenity, the Firefly movie, with a British accent and a sword just dispensing utopian villain monologues was incredible. Like he's one of the best movie villains I've ever seen in that movie. If you haven't seen Serenity, it's fantastic. Because he's the kind of villain that would have been more interesting in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Foodman Blue says, "Oh, I'm aware, duly impressed. The Brits gave it up, babies." Look, here's the deal. The British get a reputation for colonization, and it's like, yeah, some of that is definitely deserved. There was a fair share of imperialism going around. It was kind of how things were done back in the day. Everybody had an empire. It was just the thing to do. Okay. But here's the thing people forget. It was the British who enforced freedom of the seas and used their powerful navy in the 1700s and the 1800s to suppress piracy and ultimately to suppress slavery. It was the British who went around and risked their blood and treasure destroying slave forts and arresting slavers and fighting them. Even when, I regret to say, we Americans, we Yanks, had not yet begun that fight. And the British were in that fight before America was. So it is rare in human history that any civilization undertakes to destroy slavery as an institution, because I got news for you. Slavery was also very popular in human history among all different... this is the other thing. You think of like Cortez and the conquistadors as being these evil, mustache-twirling murderers, and I'm sure they did a fair amount of murder. There's no doubt about that. However, what you may not know about Cortez and the conquistadors, and there's a great book by Victor Davis Hanson called Carnage and Culture, which I highly recommend. It will give you a new perspective on all of this history that you never thought of before. And he kind of describes how Cortez could never have defeated the Aztecs if he did not have an alliance with all of the people that hated the Aztecs, that were being ruled by the Aztecs for years. The Aztecs were brutal, vicious conquerors that conquered and enslaved other kingdoms, and then they human sacrificed by the thousands their people. Now just imagine that you've been living under the rule of a brutal empire that takes your people for human sacrifice regularly and with increasing frequency, and they're so powerful you can never defeat them. Here comes Cortez with new technology, and he's got a vested interest, and maybe you don't like him very much, but he's actually able to threaten these people. Well, an alliance was formed. And so Cortez actually had one of the reasons Cortez was able to defeat the Aztecs is because they were so hated. They were hated because they were the empire. They were abusing people. And frankly, Cortez, whatever his moral failings were as a human being, he, as a Christian, was morally outraged by the Aztecs' practices of human sacrifice. Just to give you one little nugget from Victor Davis Hanson's incredible book, and he does great historical research and citations for all of this, so he provides evidence for all of these claims. But he points out that on one day, The Aztecs were they were so efficient at human sacrifice, the process of opening up the chest, taking out the heart, and then spilling the body down the slope of the pyramid to then be butchered and carved up for food, because they were cannibalistic as well. They were so efficient at this. They could kill so many people a minute doing this human sacrifice that on one particular day in recorded history, they beat the 1 day total high for Auschwitz. They literally beat Auschwitz for the speed of killing in 1 day. And this is in the ancient world that they were able to do this. So the Aztecs were vicious and brutal and murdered a lot of people for their religious practices. And Cortez, rightly or wrongly, was outraged by this and felt quite justified in overthrowing their empire. So, of course, that would be a Spanish imperialist. So listen, the narratives about colonization are much more complex than our woke friends would like to believe. And that's why they get so mad. And that's why they hate history. And that's why they want everything censored. Because if people knew what history actually contained, they would know things like that. They would know that there was two sides to every story. So I think the British deserve more credit for some of the good things they've done as opposed. So anyway, Soapbox is now sliding away. Starfury says, I love his villainy and serenity, and that being Chiwetel Ejiofor. I just love saying Chiwetel Ejiofor. And his acceptance of not being worthy to live in a utopia is magnifique. Oh, absolutely. So he's enforcing the laws of the society, the inner worlds, and they have this enlightened utopian, we're building a better society. And so Ejiofor's character views himself, he's like a weapon that is being deployed to destroy the enemies of utopia. But because he's a murderer, he's not worthy of utopia, and he recognizes that. He views himself as a necessary evil that is not able to enter paradise. Like, he will always live his life as an exile, but it's necessary for the greater good. Like, that's fantastic. Fantastic. Starfury says, slavery was ubiquitous across all of history. What we have now is unique in comparison to the bulk of what went before. Absolutely. Fu Man Blue says, there are more slaves right now alone on Earth than there have ever been through all of history, so I've heard. I would just say the difference is a moral zeitgeist in which you can codify slavery as a legal practice. Like, the fact that that is basically abolished is a pretty amazing achievement in human history. That doesn't mean that there isn't still a practice of slavery in different places. But there is a difference between a world that recognizes slavery as, oh, that's perfectly legal. Yeah, buy or sell a dude, you can do that. Viewing that as being in no way legal or legitimate is another matter. Starfury says, also the word slavery comes from Slav regarding the Slavic peoples of Eastern Europe, so one group co-opting this as their personal grievance is disgusting. Well, it is true that is the etymology of the word slavery. Yeah, very fascinating stuff. Aren't we just a very intellectual crowd today? Why not? How about try this headline? We're having a long stream today. The captain was away on shore leave. I have a lot to unload. So, it's clear, this from Phantom Wire, it's clear something went wrong. The Mandalorian Season 3 gets intense fan hatred for destroying Grogu's chance to become a Jedi. Despite being one of the most popular Star Wars projects ever, The Mandalorian Season 3 couldn't impress many fans of the franchise, considering the popularity of the past two seasons of the Pedro Pascal series. The latest season fails to mimic the success of its predecessors. One of the major criticisms faced by the latest season of the Disney Plus series is that it ruins the ending of the much-appreciated second season. The last episode of the third season of The Mandalorian premiered less than a month ago, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. One of the most dominating points among the flaws is the ruining of Grogu's character arc. Exactly. He went off with Luke. He was going to be a Jedi. So this could have been a good story. This could have, imagine Grogu is gone, and it's the Mandalorian returning to Mandalore because he's lost his purpose. He expected to be able to move on, and he can't move on. He basically learned what it was like to be a father, and now he feels a loss. And so he goes back to Mandalore. And on Mandalore, Bo-Katan is this dynamic, interesting leader who is rebuilding their society, but she's decided that Mandalore is never going to be burned to the ground again, and so she has declared a policy of isolationism. The Mandalorians will no longer interfere. They will just focus on rebuilding their society, and maybe there's some friction. And Din Djarin wants to be part of this society, but he spent too many years on the road, and he's too rough around the edges. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. But then a threat emerges. Mandalore is suddenly attacked. Why? Why have they been attacked by the Imperial Remnant? And it turns out that the New Republic is overstretched, and these attacks are happening all over the galaxy. But the New Republic is unable to respond, or they're downplaying the threat, and they're saying, "Oh no, this isn't really happening. It's just your imagination. It's just pirates or something." It's like, no, it's the Empire. They're coming back, and no one wants to believe it. And then maybe somewhere about middle of the season, we discover that, you could have made Navarro a more interesting planet that had more cities on it, and maybe it actually had like a defense force, and there was actually some scale to it, and they get attacked by pirates, but it's actually the Imperial Remnant, and they're just full-blown attacking this planet because it has, strategic value, let's just say. That might be fun. And they go to the New Republic, and they say, "Hey, we're under attack. We need help." And the New Republic says, "We really want to help, but we can't. And from what we're seeing, this looks like pirate activity." And like, "No, it's not pirates. It's the Imperial Remnant. You got to believe us." And they're like, "Well, if you can hire an independent force, you're welcome to fight them on your own. We'll send people to help you as soon as we can." And they're like, "Oh, fine." And so they're given like a letter of marque. And they take that letter of marque and they give it to the Mandalorians. And they're like, "We will hire your planet to help us fight these Imperial Remnant." And then it turns out in Act 3 of the season that the Imperial Remnant was planning something really bad. They were planning an attack on the New Republic that was going to take out the whole government, decapitate it in one fell swoop. Nothing too big, no Death Stars, nothing like that. Just like a nice little State of the Union attack that would just take out the whole Senate and everyone in one throw. And the Mandalorians race in the 11th hour, and the New Republic thinks they're attacking it first. Maybe the New Republic has declared that they're enemies for some reason. But the Mandalorian and Bo-Katan have to convince them that we're here to help and we're not your enemy. And so they team up and they just barely fight off this threat on, I don't know, it would be Coruscant, but it would be somewhere significant to the New Republic. And they managed to save the day, Star Trek VI Undiscovered Country style. And the Mandalorians suddenly have a place in the galaxy now. And it's because of their culture, which we have seen building. Maybe Din Djarin, during many of the intervening episodes, spend time solving problems on his planet. Maybe there's like things going wrong and he has to go and fight for his homeworld. And maybe Din Djarin is trying to convince Bo-Katan to be a leader because she's reluctant. And she doesn't think that she has what it takes because she has regrets about, there's things you could keep that were in this season. And, so my point is, right, and by the way, you would have established this Imperial Remnant threat in episode 1. Episode 1, you would have established this threat. It would have been, bam, we've been attacked. And I would have even been okay with the last shot of episode 1 being Mandalore in flames. Like, how cool would that have been? And then it's like, oh, we got to step up now. And so they wind up saving the New Republic, and the New Republic gives them some honors or something. And then we have the nice little conclusion where Din Djarin is sitting on his little farm with this was how it ended, by the way. He's sitting in a little ranch house, and Baby Yoda is like playing with a frog with the Force. And I swear to God, they close it with like a little circle, like it's a cartoon, like whoop on Baby Yoda, and then whoop, and it's like, oh, that was so cute. You could have still had that, but it wouldn't have been so cloying. And there you go. I just rewrote Mando season 3 for you, right off the top of my head. And that would have been better what they had. But instead, no, this is what we get. We have to bring back Baby Yoda. We have to watch the stupid puppet running from the red guard things. Ugh. Do I have any other good articles? Yeah. I'm going to broom all these. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. Maybe we'll just close out with this one today. Sailors and Star Nuts. I enjoy so listen. I enjoy reading the blue pills, like being excited about this stuff. I don't know why. I just enjoy watching them like flounder for meaning in something where there's no meaning. It's like you're trying to make this exciting, but it's just not. Like the Mandalorian fan theory. The armorer. I swear to God, this character flies into battle. I wish I could have found a clip of this for you. She's flying into battle with her tongs. With her fucking tongs. She's got her tongue. And there's literally a shot of her in midair, rocket versus rocket of one of the rocket troopers. And you just hear this clang as she hits him with a tongue. Now, mind you, they're all wearing Beskar armor, which is totally impenetrable to blaster shots. Can I just ask you a question? Here's a question for the chat. If I could do a poll, I would do a poll. Here's a poll for the chat. Which of these weapons is the most fun in Star Wars? Choice number 1, lightsaber. Choice number 2, blaster. Choice number 3, Death Star. Choice number 4, a blacksmith hammer. Like, what is the most exciting weapon in Star Wars? She said, "Dong." I'm like, okay, you know what this is? This is like what you would do in like a Dungeons and Dragons, like as a game master. This is something like one of the players would say, "Oh, I'm using my tongs and I'm going to roll, my craftsmanship to hit with the tongs." And I'd be like, okay. And it's fun. It's like role play. This is not supposed to be in a TV show. It's like, this is not going to make for like, you're overcommitting. So anyway, the armorer is trying to repent for Clone Wars sins. The armorer is a mysterious religious leader, but her story could have had huge connections to the Clone Wars, being that the armorer could be her repentance. The armorer has become a major part of Mandalorian lore and culture. What lore and culture? She is the religious leader of the cult-like group, the Children of the Watch. Her fervor for the Mandalorian code has inspired and condemned Din Djarin throughout her life. Yet nothing is really known about the Mandalorian character. One theory contends she may have a deep connection to the Clone Wars, that the armor is actually Rook Kast. Who is that? I don't fucking know. Former follower of Darth Maul. If that's true, Kast's life as the armor may be an act of repentance for her crimes and failures while working for Maul to destroy Mandalore. Rook Kast was working for Maul from the very beginning. She helped lead Maul's super commandos and even freed him from the prison that Sidious put him in. She was instrumental in stretching Maul's power across the galaxy and across Mandalore. When the galactic they're not talking about the witch, right? The witch with the 2 sabers in Clone Wars. They're not talking about her, are they? Who was that? That was what was her name? She was Dooku's like right hand. She was kind of cool. I liked her character. It's right on the tip of my tongue. It's like Ventress. That's her, Ventress. They're not talking about Ventress. I don't remember who this character is, but anyway. So Rook Kast fought hard against Ahsoka and the clones and fought to preserve her power and Maul's. The theory that Rook Kast and the armor are the same person may be fueled by her horned helmet, which was a common look for leaders in Maul's army. Kast may want to make amends for past sins. Oh, this is who it is? Okay, cool. This is helpful. Rook Kast needs to make amends in The Mandalorian. Rook failed Mandalore. Whether she believes that or not, she certainly failed her people. Rook Kast fought for a Mandalore that put personal power, which is problematic, over what was best for her people. Her actions led the way to the downfall of Mandalore, and putting Maul in power left the planet weak when the Empire came. It allowed despots like Gar Saxon, who is that? I don't know, to become pawns of the Empire and weaken Mandalore further. Are you really this interested in this? I swear to God. Okay. If she had fought for a better Mandalore instead of a combative one, we want a Star Wars that is not about war. She may have helped make a difference and not fall from grace. As the armorer, she has returned people to the very roots of Mandalore. The power and strength of combat is admired, but not the only thing that matters. Honor and humility count for just as much. It wouldn't be the first time a character turn to their roots or a religion when looking for absolution. Rook Cast could have been brought back to the old ways of Mandalore as a way of atoning for failing her people, especially when they needed her most. By honoring the old ways, Cast can revive a piece of Mandalore and rebuild the part of the culture that she wants. Cast is the perfect enemy for Bo-Katan. Cast being revealed in Season 3 The Mandalorian would have made a lot of sense. With the show returning to Mandalore, it was the perfect opportunity for the armor to bring her people home and reestablish her version of Mandalore. This is also the goal of Bo-Katan, which would make them ideal enemies. She wants to have her own redemption and restore Mandalore to her and her sister's glory while keeping herself on the throne. Cast and Bo-Katan have a history with each other, especially when fighting over Mandalore, revealing that the armor and Bo-Katan's old nemesis would have been an iconic reveal for Season 3. But perhaps that revelation will come in a later season. Oh, please, let that happen. The armor's identity is one of the biggest secrets. Oh, there's so many secrets. It's one of the biggest secrets of The Mandalorian. For a character that was supposed to die in the first season, she has made... Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of characters that have that. Death doesn't really stick in Disney Star Wars, does it? She has made a huge impact on the show and the characters. She certainly made an impact with her hammer on Beskar armor. Season 3 managed to continue keeping her identity a secret, but the future may reveal she isn't... Listen to me! She is in fact Rook Cast, looking for redemption. Cast failed Mandalore. I tried to tell you during the Clone Wars, but her role as the armor may be a way to make amends for all of her failures with how she served Maul instead of her people. Oh my God, how can you have this much investment in this? I don't understand it. It's not possible. Who cares? What is this? Oh, my dear, I'm sorry. This is not... I'm not trying to be mean. I really am not. If you enjoy it, I understand. And, enjoy it. Well, I don't understand, but I'm okay with it. What do you think that this writer really is this curious about all this? Really? This is, you think about all those novels, all those incredible novels, Shadows of the Empire, the extended universe, and just all of these incredible stories that they wrote. And all the fan theories that came from all of the nuances of those stories of what was Vader doing, between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. That was all super interesting. And we've traded all of that for Rook Cast. Rook Cast. She wanted a kinder, gentler Mandalore, but it was not to be. It was not to be. She betrayed Mandalore, and now she will redeem herself with her hammer and her tongs. Wow, that's super interesting. That's super interesting lore. I really want to know how that turns out. Tongs, says Star Fury. Okay, the hammer, that's one thing. But tongs? If I were to go all Samuel L. Jackson on this point, I'd be like, motherfucking tongs? Seriously? Star Fury says D20 every time. Natural 20. Natural 20, my dude. Fu Man Blue says, it's a new day. Tongs are meta, bro. LMAO. Fu Man Blue, oh my God, she's actually someone else I've never heard of. Mind blown, bro. Yeah, I know exactly, right? Did you know? Fu Man Blue, listen to me. Fu Man Blue. No, listen to me. It's Rook Cast. Who's that? Wait. Yo, how do you not know? She served Darth Maul, the Dark Lord Darth Maul. She served... I'm just... Sorry, I've come all the way from the next town to tell you. Rook Cast. Rook... Who? God, the cope is so real. See, that's what it is. There's no life in this universe anymore. It's a crime. It's a crime. Star Wars is one of the most rich, deep, big, massive galaxies. It's in a land far, far away, far across the universe. Anything can happen. Anything can happen in this galaxy. How, my dear sailors and starnauts, have they made it so small? How have they shrunk this universe to be so boring? They've eliminated all distance and travel. With the hyperspace means nothing anymore. They just whoop, oh, we're at this planet now. Who cares? You know, the New Republic is filled with a bunch of bureaucrats in cubicles, played by Tim Meadows, and they play it for laughs. Like how, you know, they have the highest stakes in the whole season is a bunch of pirates invading a town where one man, who's also the mayor or the magistrate, who cares, who is the only defense force they have, you know, the fate of a world, the fate of a whole world. It's like, dude, it's like one town, bro. Like, who cares? It's just, it's difficult, you know, it's difficult to believe with all the advent. You know, I have to be honest with you, just the same way I feel about Guardians 3. I'm shocked that Mandalorian season 3 is this bad. I'm just shocked that it's so, like, they had so much going, and it's like, but you know, when I say shocked, it's because, look, I knew that the corporate bean counters were going to run this through the algorithm wood chipper, and this is what you would get. But I figured that Mandalorian being their last card to play, they just couldn't afford it. They just, you know, they just couldn't afford to screw around with this. It's like, no, we need this to succeed. And I guess where I miscalculated is I gave them credit for too much intelligence. I gave them credit for too much understanding of how storytelling actually works. Because, you know, to the people running Disney Star Wars, they just think the reason that Baby Yoda was popular was cute baby noises. Like that, he was green, he had the ears, and he made cute baby noises. And they think that's why people responded to this character. And I submit to you, dear viewers, because I know that many of my viewers probably have never much liked Baby Yoda. I did once. I did like this character in the beginning. And I defended this character in the beginning, if you can believe it. I literally was at a writer's group with a guy who was trying to convince me that this was Disney being manipulative and bringing in a cute character. And I said, I don't think that's what this is because, and I given what I knew at the time, I would still stand by this argument. I said he was integral to the plot. He was the character that he was sent to recover in that first episode. And it was interesting that he was Yoda's species. That was interesting. If it had just been any random cute thing, I would agree with you. But because it was specifically Yoda's species, and we've never seen, I mean, yes, I know there's the one character in Attack of the Clones that's sort of on the side of the screen, but really, for all intents and purposes, we had never seen another member of Yoda's species. And because of that, I thought there's opportunity here, because this could give us more insight into Yoda, who's a great character, because we could learn more about what are his people like? Where do they come from? You know, what is their life cycle like? Like when he says, oh, he's 50 years old, that was interesting to me because Yoda died at 900. So, right? So there was a lot of fertile storytelling potential there. And so I felt that was actually smart storytelling, and it still could have been. But the problem was, what I fell for, I regret to inform you, was the mystery box. You know what he was? He was a mystery box. That's all he was. Because you see exactly how I fell for the trap, right? I fell for the trap because I, as I would argue, a fairly competent writer in my own right, understood the storytelling potential of this character. And by the way, it worked in a kind of True Grit sort of style. It's like he's a Western bounty hunter character. The Grogu is his ward. He's a sympathetic character because he's vulnerable. He's innocent. The bad guys just want to stick him with a needle and extract all of his force powers, and that's evil. And he's turning against them. He's betraying his contract because something's more important to him than money. That's all pretty good. That's not bad storytelling. Where it went wrong is when these idiots running this company thought, oh, see, what was interesting about him was the cute baby noises. No! What was interesting about Baby Yoda, aka Grogu, was all of the things I just mentioned. He was a vulnerable, innocent child. He was being hunted by the Imperial Remnant. A bounty hunter forswore his contract in order to save his life. They went on an adventure together in which Baby Yoda's mysterious powers turned out to help the Mandalorian, even though the Mandalorian didn't fully appreciate the significance of the child and wasn't even sure he even cared that much about him. And there was a relationship forming. That is why people liked the character. And you ruined all of that when you brought him back for just no reason. You ruined all of that. And then you put him in this perpetual state of childhood where he can never get more interesting as a character. He's never allowed to have speaking. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, come on. He's never allowed to have a speaking role. He's never allowed to have an actual relationship with Din Djarin. He's never allowed to realize his destiny as a Jedi. You know, it's why not just have him train with Luke and advance the story 5 years and have him come back and he's grown 3 sizes, you know, and he's actually capable of not looking like a stupid puppet all the time. And now he can actually look interesting and dynamic the way Yoda did in Attack of the Clones. And he speaks now. Oh, but I thought it took 50 years to learn to speak. And it's like, no, it turns out that, you know, every 50 years they go through a growth spurt and they hit their next life cycle. That's just how the species work. And then you could have an actual, and it's, oh, but then he wouldn't be cute. And then people wouldn't buy toys. Well, guess what? In your grasping, greedy, soulless effort to sell toys, you've now lost both your toy sales and your audience. So congratulations. Enjoy it, Disney Plus. Because, you know, if you're willing to trade storytelling in order to earn a profit from toy sales, you're going to get neither in the end. Trade your audience for toy sales. It's criminal. Star Fury says Star Wars is now beyond A New Hope. Yes. Star Fury says there is too much entrenched politicization. I'm having trouble saying that word today. And even if KK, that is Kathleen Kennedy, leaves, whomever takes over is saddled with the teams in place unless someone is brutal and sacks everyone. Fu Man Blue says, yes, exactly. Yeah, there is no hope for a Disney-owned property, period. None. That company is utterly incapable of producing good content. And I'm not even close to kidding about this. Like, they have a system, and the system is what determines what the stories will be. And the system it doesn't matter if it's Kathleen Kennedy or someone else. It's like they'll just feed more talent through the system, and what they'll get is they'll just get more of the crap. Because look at what they did to Sam Raimi with Doctor Strange, Mom, right? Sam Raimi is an amazingly talented director, but because they fed his work through the algorithm wood chipper, we just get slop, right? And they do the same thing to look at, you know, James Gunn, his work mostly survived it. I don't know if it was James Gunn's failure exactly or the wood chipper, but something mangled Guardians 3 because it just didn't seem right to me. Just the plot did not work. Definitely not the worst thing that, say one thing for Guardians 3. It did have heart. And that's one thing most of these projects had none of. You know, Ant-Man Quantumania. You know, the worst thing about some of the other Marvel projects lately is the moments that are meant to be kind of the heartfelt moments, they fall totally flat because there's no actual investment in the characters at all. So I just don't think they're capable. It doesn't matter who they hire. Oh, they're going to get a bunch of new writers. Great. Go get all the writers. Go get them all. You're not going to produce shit. You're going to produce garbage every time because this company's foundational vision is wrong. It's messed up. They have been totally mutated by the woke crowd. The woke crowd are dug in like ticks in this company, and they ain't going nowhere, folks. They ain't going nowhere because they go all the way to the top, and they're not capable of hiring good talent. They are beholden to every diversity quota. They're beholden to every union demand. One of the things about Guardians 3 that really surprised me the most is the humor. The humor, Guardians is the one Marvel property where the humor was always great. And one of the problems is they tried to turn every Marvel project into Guardians with the humor. And it's like, no, the humor's got to be different for Thor. It's got to be different for Iron Man. It's got to be different for Captain America. That's what makes all those characters work. They all have a different style. They all have a different kind of world, and that was how it should have been. Guardians is the motley crew with all the jokes and the gags. That's fine. That's Guardians. But what amazed me about Guardians 3 is the humor was boring as hell to me. I swear, I heard not one laugh in that theater. I just didn't. Even like the big, like I think arguably the funniest joke in the whole movie was actually spoiled by the trailer, which was the whole gag where Star-Lord is saying like, oh, I've just never noticed your eyes before. And she's like, my father extracted my eyes and put these in as a form of torture. He's like, oh, well, he picked a pretty set. It's like, oh, that was a pretty funny line. They spoiled it in the trailer, so I felt nothing when that line hit, because I'm like, yeah, I know this from the trailer, so it kind of ruined it. There was one line I did laugh at. I can't remember what it was, but there was like one line, I was like, oh, that was pretty good. There was this running joke. This is a good example of how all the humor felt to me. There was this running joke about making a cool entrance, where like they arrive and they're like, oh, did that look cool? I'm like, yeah, that looked totally cool. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And they just kept beating that dead horse over and over and over again the whole movie. And I was like, every single time it fell flat. Every single time that joke, it just was not funny. You know, part of the reason why it wasn't funny is because these are aliens that are saying this. These are alien cultures that are saying, did that look cool? That's a human way of saying it. Like, one of the things that made Nebula so interesting when she's interacting with Tony Stark in Infinity War and well, I guess Endgame really, is that she's very alien to Tony Stark. Tony Stark is this quippy, funny billionaire playboy who never takes anything seriously, and Nebula is this uber serious, stoic character that never takes anything lightly. And so that's funny to watch those two characters play off of each other, because it's even almost enjoyably awkward to watch Iron Man and Nebula opposite each other. In this movie, they've ruined all that, because now Nebula is saying things like, oh, yeah, that was very cool, or something like that. And it's like, that's not something Nebula would say. Now you're taking away the foreignness of the aliens. So now all the aliens sound human. So it's like all the jokes they were making were human jokes. So it just didn't, like when Star-Lord says a human joke that's funny, it's actually pretty. There was one really good gag where I think this probably was the one I was laughing at, where she's trying to get into a car. It's like literally a human car, and she's trying to open but because everything in her world is like so futuristic, she doesn't know how to open a car door. And he's like, okay, yeah, push the button. She's like, no, that's the keyhole. You're pushing the keyhole. Push the button. She's like, I do not see the button. It's like, that was pretty funny. But that's because she's alien and she doesn't understand human technology. And I enjoyed that. Starfury says, true art has no boundaries and corporations have no understanding. But the fact that the so-called artists have forgotten this is seemingly unfathomable. Well, I mean, a lot of them have. But I think my theory really is just that a guy like Filoni or Favreau, even if they are writing well, it's not going to matter because they're still beholden. Look, Jon Favreau comes into the writer's room and he's going to write Mandalorian season 3. Before he's even put pen to paper or, keyboard to computer, as the case may be, he has to have Baby Yoda. He has to completely have undone all that beautiful work that he did to get or Grogu to go with Luke Skywalker to train as a Jedi. All that's been undone. All of it's undone. Okay, what else? Moff Gideon, who got his just desserts at the end. He has to come back. He has to be the villain. What if he's not that compelling or charismatic of a villain? I don't know that Favreau would have argued that, but let's just assume he does. Still got to bring him back because he's our villain. Okay. Well, let's tell a compelling story about Din Djarin wandering the galaxy with Baby Yoda, solving problems. No, we want Bo-Katan. People like Katie Sackhoff, and we want Bo-Katan to be the queen of the Mandalorians, and Din Djarin has to help her. It's like, well, but that won't really give him much to do. Too bad. We want Bo-Katan. So it's like, how are you supposed to be creative in that environment? Like, there's basically 10 things that Jon Favreau had to do before he could even start writing, which is basically undo all the character work. He's like, well, okay, how about in this season, Grogu can speak. He's learned how to speak. No, all of our test audiences have confirmed people like it when he makes cute baby noises. So he has to make cute baby noises. Okay. Well, we want to have him like fighting then. We got to show him fighting, and we don't want to overuse the Force. So we got to like animate him a little. No, people like the puppet. People prefer practical effects now. Our studies have confirmed practical effects are in. CGI is out. So he's got to look like a puppet. Oh, okay. I mean, what room to create is there in this stupid company? Like pretty much zero. Which reminds me, Moff Gideon's evil plan is that he was going to clone himself, right? Because this is a verbatim quote. I was going to give my clones the one thing I never had, the Force. It's like, this just shows you how idiotic the modern Disney Star Wars is. It's like, this is what they've turned the Force into. The Force is like a magic ability in a video game that you just have or you don't have. I was never able to unlock that perk, and now all of my clones will have that perk unlocked. It's like, this is how these writers think. It's like, compare that to the beautiful, spiritual, subtle lessons that Yoda is giving to Luke in Empire Strikes Back, my favorite Star Wars film, by the way, when Yoda says, judge me by my size, do you? No, and well you should not, for my ally is the Force. It is with us. It binds us all. Life creates it. It's everywhere. That's beautiful. I get chills thinking about that every time. And it's like the Force belongs to everyone. That's the point. The Force is a spiritual, I don't want to be redundant, but forgive me, it is a spiritual force in the universe that everyone benefits from. Everyone has access to. And to the extent that someone is not in tune with the Force, it is simply because they're oblivious to it, or their actions in the world have blinded them to it, or they simply have a narrow view of things. Which I think is beautiful, because that mirrors the human relationship with spirituality. It's like, if you're not open to the existence of God or the supernatural or whatever it may be, then you're oblivious to it. And that's what I liked about the Force. It was this thing that if you could just open yourself to it, you would discover that you had this unseen ally. And it was, and the other thing I liked about the Force too, is that even though the dark side users used it in a malevolent way, the implication was that the Force was it was mostly a beneficial thing. It was mostly something that was there to help you, to guide you. My favorite quote involving the word Force has always been this one. And it's when Luke has just, landed the killer blow on the Death Star and he's flying away, and he hears the voice of Obi-Wan saying, remember, the Force will be with you, always. That is my favorite phrasing of the Force will be with you, always. And because it has a poetic beauty to it. It's like the Force is this benevolent thing it's this benevolent, it's like, I don't want to say it's got like a will of it. It's not really like it's a god per se, but it feels like it's not quite an inanimate object either. It's like, it's the will of life to be creative and to be benevolent and to be kind and to be good. And so if you are open to that, the Force will be there for you. And that I love. And the idea that dark side users twist it, that's the whole point. That's why it's the dark side. They take this good, benevolent energy and they twist it with their hatred and their anger. And I like that. I like that because that's very human. That is... So something that is generally good and will always be good if you simply allow it to exist in its natural state is a wonderful idea. But here come the Sith and they twist it to their evil purposes. That is my view of the Force. And this crap with Giancarlo Esposito saying, I will clone a bunch of people and give them the Force. It's like, oh, great. Okay, yeah. He'll unlock the Force perk for all of his clones. Great. That's super interesting. I'm so glad that I watched this. It really enriched my life with that one, Disney. 1211 says, well said. Well, thank you, sir. Fu Man Blue says, the evil done at the hands of the Sith did not originate from the Force. The Force is like a gun or any tool. Yeah, and I fairly agree with that. I would only argue that I do think the Force in the original trilogy is implied to have a will. right? And its will is to be an ally. Oh, God, they've ruined that word too, haven't they? I mean, ally in the old sense. An ally of life, a friend of life is kind of what I view the Force as. It is something that wants things to flourish and wants things to survive and to be beautiful in the universe. Maybe I'm getting a little too poetic here, but my point is, so I don't even view it as something that is totally neutral. I actually view the Force as being slightly on the side of life and good. And that is why I also think the Force is always seeking balance, because it wants to bring peace. I think like its natural inclination. I kind of view it as a Tolkienian concept, and the idea that, Tolkien in his lore of Lord of the Rings, he kind of implies that good has a slight advantage over evil. Good always has an advantage over evil, and I actually happen to believe that in real life as well. I think good always has a slight advantage over evil. And so I always viewed the Force as having a slight advantage for the light. That being said, the Sith were more than capable of twisting it to do evil things. But see, that's why the ending to Return of the Jedi is so beautiful, because here comes the Emperor. And remember, we had never seen this before up to this point. The Emperor is electrocuting Luke with the Force. And that is the most powerful act we have ever seen with the Force ever. That is like, it's terrifying, by the way. I remember when I first saw that, it was terrifying. It was like, wow, I didn't know you could do that. I mean, that was so amazing, because it was like, oh my God, he's electrocuting him without even picking up a lifesaver. He can kill someone. A lightsaber. I think I said lifesaver. You can choke on one. Be careful. And so I think that what makes that beautiful is that Luke's choice for mercy is what ultimately undoes the Emperor, because then Vader reconnects in that moment with his son and chooses to save his son's life and kills the Emperor. Spoilers for Star Wars Return of the Jedi. And I think in that sense, the Force proved that there was an advantage for good, even though there was more danger in the Emperor's abilities. There was actually more strength in the good side of the Force in the long run. And so that's how I see it. But that is not to be in Disney Star Wars. So I think we've gone through the whole stack of stuff, my friends. I am watching Chris Gore's Attack of the Doc, by the way. I was not a fan. I don't want to say I was not a fan. I was not really a watcher, an audience member of G4 or Attack of the Show back in the day. I just missed that somehow. I never did watch. Part of it was I've never really liked talk shows all that much. Ironic that I now watch YouTube live streams all the time. But in my youth, I was more interested in narrative storytelling stuff. And now I live in a world where all the narrative storytelling sucks. And so now I mostly watch talk shows. But back then, I did not watch a lot of talk shows. And so I just never became a fan of Attack of the Show. So I just didn't know that much about it. But I've been hearing so much about it since following Friday Night Tights. And so, when Chris Gore announced, I've been super excited for Attack of the Doc. So I've watched about half of Attack of the Doc, and I'm going to finish it tonight, I think. It's super cool. I'm really enjoying it. I'm like, wow, I wish we could bring this show back. It would be so amazing to bring Attack of the Show back. And we need a show like that again. We kind of have it in the form of YouTube these days, with memes and, it's kind of where that kind of content lives now. So it's a really great show, really great movie so far. I'm enjoying it. It got great pacing. I got to say, Chris Gore knows what he's doing with a documentary, because, man, it just moves at a clip. Like, you never feel like it's spending too long on something. What's funny is I go to see Guardians 3 yesterday, right? And I'm in a town that is very close to a super woke, university. And they're always showcasing all of these documentaries all the time. And so what they do is they play all the trailers for the movie, all the trailers, and then the very last trailer is always this super dry, super boring documentary trailer, and it's always awful. And it's long. It's like a 5-minute trailer. It just goes on and on and on. And you could just feel the room, just all the energy in the room is just sucked out. And then the movie starts, and I hate it. I may not go to this theater anymore because I can't stand it. But the latest one was like, it was like a documentary just about the lives of people in a small town. And look, nothing against salt of the earth, everyday people. Just if I were to go full Joe Biden here, just God love him. God love him. Salt of the earth. Oh, God love him. But, but look, these were not larger than life characters, okay? This was just, it was not looking like a very entertaining documentary. It was just the most banal, boring, just interviews with people talking about, oh, well, my trailer caught fire one day. And my husband said, your trailer's on fire. And I said, well, you better go put it out then. And he said, no, it's really on fire. And so I said, oh, gee, well, I better go call the fire department. And I'm like, riveting stuff. I can't wait to see this. So my point is just that documentaries, it's easy to make a documentary that would just put you right to sleep. And Chris Gore's, not that, I'm happy to say. It's very fun to watch. So check out Attack of the Doc. I plan to order the DVD. So anyway, I'm going to do an Iron Age review on that one. But I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying getting to learn about the history of things that I missed. Fu Man Blue says, my man, he may not be, I'm not sure what he's referring to there. I'll just assume it's the captain. He's referring to the captain. So Star Fury says, can I say that Captain and the chat always makes this a great cast? This is my Sunday night must-watch stream. Well, thank you, Star Fury, and thank you, chat, for making it fun for all. I enjoy it. Share it with your friends. Let's grow this chat. Let's get it bigger, more fun people to hang out with. Hail the fellowship. You know, I agree with Gary on this. The word community. I hate the word community. That word is dead to me. I hate it. The woke have ruined it. And I say this as someone who once sought to be part of supportive communities and was then rejected because I was guilty of wrongthink. And so it's like, so I like Gary's assertion that we should call it the fellowship. And that's what I like. It's the fellowship. Fu Man Blue says, awesome Star. Same. Star Fury says, at Captain, for me, it was as much nostalgia as the documentary itself. Yeah, I really missed the boat on G4. Hail the fellowship, says Fu Man Blue. Hail the fellowship. I gotta say, so I was at the Friday Night Tights meetup, and regrettably, I didn't see any of you fine fellas there. I know, it's a long way to go. It was a tough trip even for me. I had to really plan to get there. But it was cool. I got to meet Ryan Kinnell. I got to talk to Jeremy. I got a really good conversation with Gary, actually, at Chrissy's show. Got to hang out with him for a little bit. He met my dad. I think he actually thought my dad was much more interesting than me, which would make sense. My dad's a super interesting guy, but he's not a nerd at all. He's a total normie. But my dad's super cool. So it was fun. And I'm like, it was kind of fun too, because he's talking to Gary. Gary's super approachable. They're all very easy to talk to. It's like, they're super awesome. And, it honestly was just like talking to just a normal person, just that you just would meet on the street. And so Gary and my dad are just like talking about like their past experience in business and whatever. Cause and I just said, well, who you're talking to, Dad, because he doesn't know anything about this world. So I'm like, you are talking to a man who has 730,000 subscribers on YouTube and runs a show that has 12,000 concurrent viewers every Friday. And Gary's kind of, yeah, pretty much. It's like, I gotta say, something interesting I've noticed about YouTubers, because this is the first time I've ever hung out with YouTubers before. There's definitely an it factor. They may not admit that they have it, but they all have a certain level of like, how do I even describe it? It's like, I've noticed this with actors and other people. It's like, there's a spark there. There's something about them. They want the limelight. Maybe not a lot, maybe just a little, but it's there. And it's just interesting. I met Lila Hart, and what a cool person she is. She's just like the most fun, bubbly, friendly person. I met Chrissy Mayer, and my only goal at one of these things is just not to make it weird. Like I'll try not to make it weird. Okay. But like Christy just came up to me and just gave me a big old hug. And I was like, oh, okay. Wow. I was like Peter Parker in, Avengers Endgame. I was like, oh, well, this is nice. I was like, oh, this is cool. And then we went to her show the next night and it was excellent. Like she is a freaking good comedian. Like, I've never seen her live before. So half of her show was a prepared set and it was good. It was great. But then the second half of her show was like all improv. And maybe some of it was more prepared than it looked. But if it was, I couldn't tell because because what it was is she would just kind of pick someone out in the crowd and start asking them questions or just like kind of, she wasn't super like, occasionally she'd throw out a zinger and roast someone, but it was mostly just kind of like a fun banter, like, oh, what do you do for a living? And then she would just riff on that and just do jokes, and they were hilarious. And it was incredible how funny it was. And you know what's so funny too? I think she mentioned this, but every single person in our crowd, she asks, what do you do? I'm an engineer. Oh, I work for, I'm a physicist. Oh, I build information technology systems. I'm like, every single job was like something awesome and like high level. And I'm like, yeah, fuck off, Gavin McGinnis. He's like, you have no idea who you're dealing with. Dude, I met Roland the Wretched. That was like, and like, he totally hung out with me and my dad like a lot. And it was super cool. I was like, oh, I know you. Because he's like, oh yeah, I'm Roland the Wretched. I know you. You're always giving gift memberships. Super interesting guy, by the way. Super cool. Very fun. I walked right by people that I didn't recognize that were, other YouTubers and stuff. And I realized later. So, yeah, it was fun. It was super fun. So, anyhow, but Vegas is exhausting. I am not a Vegas fan. I do not like that city. I really don't like it. I don't like gambling. I don't like look, I am a free market capitalist through and through. That does not mean that I enjoy the kind of crazy, rabid, crazy capitalism of Vegas. It's too much for me. I'm like, look, I'm an old soul. I like old things. I like historical things. I like nature. I do enjoy, nightlife sometimes. I do enjoy city lights at times. Something about Vegas, it feels like a hollow city to me. I look around that city and I just feel like there's so many people that look lost there. I'm not knocking anyone that likes Vegas or lives there or likes gambling. No disrespect. It's just my impression. It's just how I feel. It's just my own subjective feeling. It may or may not be founded. Oh, I went to the Warhammer store in Vegas. Dude, you know what? I got the bug again. I got to get some Warhammers. I think I'm going to get some Warhammer 40k Tyranids. And I think it's time to play Tyranids. And what I really want to do on this channel is I want to start doing Warhammer games. And I want to start doing RPGs. RPG live streams on this. So like, probably won't be Dungeons and Dragons because I'm not really a huge Dungeons and Dragons guy. But I have some other ideas. Maybe Fallout. Would you like a Fallout RPG? So yeah, we'll see. I do a little bit of GMing. But yeah, I was wandering through the Warhammer store and I didn't have a lot of time to hang out because I had to go pick up my dad from the airport. But I have to say, it was so cool just being in there because there was a couple of guys in there. There's one guy's like, yeah, I'm just getting into the hobby and I just got some Space Marines. And he's like, I'm super new to all this. And the guy's like, oh yeah, cool. Yeah, let me show you this. Let me show you that. They start playing a game. And it was just such a great atmosphere. It was just like, God, I miss this. I used to be into all this stuff more a long time ago when I wasn't working like a dog all the time. And I'm like, now that I got this channel and I'm starting to rekindle some of these interests, I got to get back into some Warhammer. Only thing that sucks is I'm a Warhammer fantasy guy and they ditched fantasy. They got rid of it and they turned it into Age of Sigmar. And I don't like Age of Sigmar. I really don't. They basically, it's weird. It's like, if you like Age of Sigmar, fine. But like, I'm just not into that. because the whole idea is that the world has been destroyed and there's like these 7 realms. They're kind of like the Forgotten Realms in Dungeons and Dragons is kind of what it's like. And the idea is that Sigmar has come back and he's now like this god and he's leading angels into battle. It's weird. It's almost like it's like a kind of heaven and hell mythological battle kind of thing. And it's closer to like Mount Olympus and the gods battling for creation. And I just find that very surreal, abstract. I enjoy Warhammer Fantasy because it was more like a dark fantasy world. You know, it was more like a Tolkien world, but much darker, much nastier because of course it is. It's Warhammer. So any Warhammer fans in here? Booman Blue says, I dealt craps for 4 years. It's a rough environment at times. It can be. Dude, dealing with drunk gamblers, yeah, that's a rough environment. All holiday cities are a tad vacuous. Yeah, they are. Don't misunderstand. This is mostly a person. I rarely will say this, but this is just my personal opinion. I don't consider it an objective evaluation of the city. I just consider it a purely subjective feeling I have when I am there. I also understand for a lot of people, Vegas is a lot of fun. It's a place to unwind, feel relaxed, have some drinks, have some excitement in your life. Fine. I understand. Everyone's got to have that place. And by the way, I'm happy that Las Vegas exists. It should exist. There should always be a Las Vegas. I just don't want to go there unless I have to or have a reason to. Boomman Blue says, I try to watch some Simpcast to support them, but that's just not for me, obviously. Yeah, live streams are like that. You know, it's like you got to find the one that's right for you. I watch Midnight's Edge sometimes, but like some of their topics I'm not as interested in, and some I am. BBC is one that I don't watch a lot of, real BBC, because I actually don't like it when they're actually bagging and boarding. I don't like that part. I like it when they're just talking about movies and stuff. Now, what I love is Gary's Nooner. I love the Nooner because it's just him and Chris Gore. And those two together, super fun. I love their conversations. And I really love Film Threat. Film Threat's probably got my favorite these days, besides Friday Night Tights. I love Chris Gore's live streams. Tuesday night's main event, sometimes I'll do that one. I'm really liking Cobra Cast. Cobra Cast is pretty good with Jeremy. But again, I get tired of politics, so I go back. Sometimes I'll do politics, but when I get tired of politics, I go back to I just want entertainment culture. I just want everyone to get along. Star Fury says, be ready to sell your soul or firstborn if you're getting back into 40K. You're exactly right. I'm already planning my OnlyFans account so I can fund my No, I'm just kidding. Fu Man Blue says, oh yeah, I missed the bus on Warhammer. I always thought it was PvP only. Player versus player. Yeah. Well, I mean, technically, I guess it is, because you need an army to fight an army. But I did have a friend for many years who was in Warhammer, and he would play his own army against his other army. He would basically do a one-man. He would play himself. So it's kind of like chess that way. It is PvP. But you can like collect all the miniatures, paint them, customize them. But it is a very expensive hobby, which is probably why it'll be a while before you see Warhammer stuff from me. Because all my money I spend on building my other projects, like this channel. I probably, for the money I would spend to get a Warhammer 40K army, I could hire a producer who could make this stream go a lot more smoothly. 1211 says, I like Nintendo 64 games and speedrunning. All right. Boomman Blue says, oh, did you watch Gore's charges against Lucasfilm? I was watching it live, but I had to work, so I had to turn it off after a while, but I was loving it. I was having such a blast with that live stream. So yeah, that one is waiting for me. I have to finish that one. I think that show is going to be a hit. I think he is going to grow that channel massively with that. Just a feeling. I got a feeling. There was energy on that live stream like I've never seen on Film Threat. There was huge energy. And he's so, he's a talented guy, Chris Gore is. Like, you watch Attack of the Dock and you realize, like, yeah, this guy is he is a trained TV personality. He knows how to, like, play a character and stick to it. By the way, I met Chris Gore. I totally forgot. He is so cool. You know what's so weird? Okay, I go up to Chris. He's tall. I didn't realize how tall he is. I walk up to Chris Gore. He is like the easiest guy in the world to approach. And this is, and all of them are easy to approach. And he was even the easiest to approach. Literally like he's your oldest friend in the world. You just walk right up to him, start talking. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, cool. And it was like, I might as well have just been in his chat, just shooting the shit. And what's so funny is, I felt weird. Like, the thing is, I don't want to, like, take up all the space for everyone else who wants to talk to them. So I don't want to, like, spend too long talking to them, because then other people, can't come up, because there was 500 people there. So, like, my whole thing was, I didn't want to, like, spend too much time talking to them in case someone else wanted to talk to them. So I would kind of do about 2 or 3 minutes of talking to him, and then I'd move on, right? And but honestly, I had the feeling with Chris Gore, I could have talked to him all night, and he would have. Like, he literally will just hang. He'll just hang with people, and it's But as I said, I'm a little weird about those things. I'm like, yeah, I know, but super cool. I really wanted to. Too. I was like, I could just talk about movies with this guy forever. But anyhow, Star Fury says, to 1211, wow, brilliant. Love watching speed runs, but I am so rubbish at those games. Yep, 1211 says, yeah, speedrunners are crazy. Boo Man Blue says, I got into survival stuff in 2021. So I'm just reading your conversation in the chat. Is that weird? I'm like, what are they saying? All right. I'm having too much fun. I just didn't want to end the stream because I'm having too much fun. Is that weird? I stream with my heroes. Silverback, if you're still here, give me something. Give me one thing to talk about. Fu Man Blue says, I'm glad you didn't chicken out. You sounded nervous at the prospect of meeting them. Oh, I was nervous. I was totally nervous. I just made myself do it. This is a skill I've learned. I'm a naturally introverted guy, but I've learned that you can make yourself do things. If you set the right purpose in mind and you're like, my purpose to be here is, and so literally Gary had a line all the way around this room that he was in. It was like he was the one that was like a star. Everyone else was kind of mingling. Like George the Giant Slayer was there. Culture Casino gave me his Culture Casino chip. That was cool. And anyway, but Gary was like a rock star. It was crazy. Like, there was just a line to see him. And he's the most non-rock star seeming guy you've ever met, by the way. And he doesn't act in any way like he's a rock star. It's so funny. And I was like, oh shit, I'm never going to get to meet this guy. And I finally this is not my character, but I finally was like, you know what? I just want to say something to him in case I never get the chance. And so I cut in line. I did it. I cut in line and I just said, hey, Gary, just wanted to introduce myself and say, I really appreciate what you're doing. Your story is really inspiring, how you recovered from addiction. I just think that's amazing. And I just think it's really cool what you built, and he was super cool. Oh, cool. Yeah. Thanks, man. And actually I got to talk to him more at Chrissy Mayer's show. That was when I actually got to just talk to him. But like, my point is, I just made the decision. I'm not going to like take up a lot of time, but I'm just going to cut in line because I'm not going to be staying much longer because it's an opportunity and you can't let an opportunity slip by you. So don't be afraid to bend the rules once in a while is my point. There's an expression that one of my mentors says, which is what is it? How does he say it? You're an introvert because you don't extrovert. That's the saying. You're an introvert because you don't extrovert, meaning it's a choice. It's a choice to interact with people. So I tried to meet as much of the fellowship as I could as well. That's actually kind of harder. I'll be honest with you. There were like little groups, and I'm like, how do I just introduce myself to a group of people that are in the middle of a great conversation? So that was but Roland the Wretched was cool. He chatted with me. He chewed the fat. Yeah, what else? Am I leaving anyone out? Said hi to George. That was cool. But yeah, they're super fun. Super. I went up to Jeremy and I was like, he was standing right outside the door. And I'm like, Jeremy, how's it going? And he's like, oh, hey, man. And I was like, really loving Cobra Cast. And I said, you've totally convinced me on the, if you will pardon just a little bit of politics. He does a political podcast, and he's a big advocate that, like, we just need to forget about all the infighting between Trump and DeSantis. It's just got to be Trump. And I wasn't of that mind. And I was like, no. I said, you've convinced me. Like, you've convinced me on that point. It's time to just put our differences aside. It's got to be Trump. So anyway, well, you know who I'm voting for. But that being said, anyone is welcome on this stream, whether they support Trump or not. So it doesn't matter to me. I believe in building. I believe in living side by side with people who disagree with me. Because if you don't believe in democracy. You don't like it. If you think that you should live in a society where you never have to accept a compromise with people who feel differently than you do, if you never have to compromise, well, it turns out you're just living in a totalitarian government that happens to be on your side for now. So no, I'm very much happy living side by side with people who disagree with me, so long as they agree to the same social contract. That's the deal. It's a social contract, as John Locke put it. If you are willing to play by those rules, I am willing to play by those rules. If you are not willing to play by those rules, well, then you're my opponent. So that is my perspective on that. So yeah. Anyhow, I told Jeremy that that's what I felt. So I was a total simp. I was going around simping. No, I wasn't. I was super chill. Fu Man Blue says, gradually watching more Cobra Cast. It's a guilty pleasure, if I'm being honest. I try to... Politics is such a meat grinder. It's like, it gets you so wound up about things, and it makes you start to take life too seriously. And, so I try to do it in small doses these days. I got to a point, especially in 2020, I checked out. Like, I wouldn't watch anything political. That's actually kind of how I discovered the YouTube ecosystem, because I got to a point where I wanted nothing to do with anything political. I was so tired. I was just so tired of it. I was so tired of all the anger and just the constant bad news all the time. And then Rush Limbaugh passed away, and it was like he was the one commentator that was just funny and lighthearted enough that I could always enjoy his takes on things. But I wanted nothing to do. I don't watch the news, any news. I don't like Fox News anymore. I don't watch Fox News. I cannot stand network news. I hate it. It's well, these are the news stories, and they pretend that they're so impartial, and they're such liars. All of them are liars. So yeah, I just got tired of it. But now I dip my toe back in. And honestly, the way I gauge it is if a commentator is making me feel a bit lighter at the end of their commentary, then I like them and I listen to them. And if I'm starting to feel heavier every time I listen, that's when I am like, I got to take a break. So hopefully, my dear sailors of Starnauts, when you leave this live stream, you feel a little lighter. That is my goal. Well, we've laughed, we've cried over the fate of Mandalorian. We've debated Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Yeah, this is a fun one, because I was on the I like it side of Avatar 2, and I was kind of listening to people say, oh, this movie sucked, it had no plot, it was stupid. Now I'm on the other side with Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I love this movie, it's so good, Star-Lord was wonderful. I'm like, it sucked, it's awful, miss it. So anyway, that's that. Yeah, so much for the echo chamber, am I right? Yeah, big echo chamber here. There's quite the schism on this one, and I'm here for it. I enjoy it. So, thank you for watching the live stream. If you have a chance, pop over to local, swordsandstarships.locals.com. It's free to follow, and you can message me directly. Little community I'm trying to build, and yeah, just for the heck of it, check out Blood and Oak on Amazon.com. It is a swords and sails adventure following a young midshipman in the U.S. Navy who goes on a suicidal quest of rescue and revenge to save his sister from the Barbary pirates. It's swashbuckling, it's pistols, it's cannons, it's classic adventure, and it's gritty as hell. I like to turn up the heat on my adventure stories, so it's very dramatic, even trends a little dark at times, but I always try to put a ray of light in all of my stories. So that is the Captain's Cast today on Swords and Starships. I am your host, Captain Garrett. I hope you did enjoy the live stream. I will be working on new videos for you, my dear sailors and starnauts. I apologize for the brief pause. I will do my best to come to you every Sunday and hopefully the occasional Thursday if I can, and one day, even more days than that. And so to the chat, my dear crew on this vessel exploring strange new entertainment worlds, I salute you. And I bid you dismissed. I'm still trying to figure out how to end my live stream without cutting it off. I don't know how to do it. I really don't. I've tried 10 different ways. If anyone's got any tips, let me know. But hoping I don't cut this off, until next time, I will see you out there.